and welcome back to another stream of the Illusion Horror and Con. Today with episode 2 of Welcome to Little Creek, a Call of Cthulhu 1920 scenario written by myself and played with my wonderful players from last time. Without going much further into detail, I just want to say thank you, my players. We have Charlotte Rose, played by LK. Hello. And Levi O'Nolan, played by James. And
Hello.
we got Aiden Hamilton, played by Seikatsu. And last but not least, our driver of the whole endeavor, Jordan Baker, played by Valle.
Yep.
And we left our investigators last time in the historic Inn Hotel, a small, nice, quaint hotel on the side of the road in the Hampshire County. And after the investigators arrived and had a bit of talk in the evening, made some discoveries, the early morning dawns, and one of the people waking up early is Aiden. Please.
I am standing fully dressed in my room, looking through the window at the forest. Somewhere behind all these trees is that little town, Little Creek. Adjusting my tie as a finishing touch, I reflect on the day that had brought me here. My uncle, the director of the census office, had given me a new job. Instead of watching Uncle Ronald, Director Snipes, I was supposed to shadow agents on a field assignment for teaching purposes. Not what I had in mind for my career, but I would make the best of any situation. After all, I come from the dignified Hamilton family. Agents Charlotte Rose and Levi O'Nolan initially seemed a bit unconventional to me. Maybe you shouldn't live up to the standard if you want to be a particularly good Census Bureau agent. They seemed diligent about their work so far, so I shadowed each of their movements just as diligently. However, should it turn out that these agents promise more than they can deliver, I was sure to make the best of the situation. And then there was that proletarian driver, Mr. Jordan Baker. From what I could see so far, a driver and potential reassurance if things were about to get hairier. As expected, more a man of action than of words. My gaze wanders back into the room, into the small bedside table. On it is a book on Massachusetts law and the list of Little Creek census data that brought us here. I step to the side of the bed and pick up the list to look at it. Lots of improbabilities. This group, I suppose me included, is now supposed to investigate this mathematical improbability. Little Creek is a small town in Massachusetts. We could confirm its existence only later, since we didn't even have a location on the map when we started our investigation. But yesterday afternoon, we found the town, even if it seemed that nobody wanted to be found. On the way here, the agents and Mr. Baker sometimes complained of strange sensations. In view of the journey, it was perhaps due to their age and the changed environment. I could remember nothing more unusual than the people and the facts received. Little Creek is said to have had a population of exactly 321 residents for 130 years. For 20 years now, no census agent, 4 agents in total, was seen ever again after visiting this town. They handed in their resignation, and no one followed up. No agency other than the Census Bureau seems to know anything about Little Creek at all. And the surrounding locals seem to have a strikingly ambivalent relationship with the name Little Creek alone. Once in town, the nearly historic Victorian buildings reveal a model small town. The residents appeared as a tight-knit community, even though we have hardly met anyone so far. The mayor of Little Creek, Mr. Randolph Dunbar, seemed extremely friendly and helpful, even though he managed to get us out of the unprepared farming community as quickly as possible after our sudden arrival. We stopped and got rooms at Mrs. Margaret Booth's historic inn hotel. Here we learned that missing children cases had also plagued Hampshire County for 50 years. So far, it is absolutely unclear whether there is a connection to the unusually ordinary small town of Little Creek. My past experience with various forms of high society made me suspicious of all the Little Creek facts. Even if some improbabilities have come together in the city, that was impossible. Besides, there weren't any advantages in this rural farm area. I snap out of my thoughts with a shake of my head. There are still a lot of unanswered questions. But first, I'm here to shadow these agents and see how far they can make it. And if I see an advantage, I will be ready. I packed my notebook, book, and documents. Running my hand timidly down the back of my neck, I sigh as I think of the inn's exceptionally pretty maids, who are sure to cross my path any minute. Feeling myself, I straighten up and leave my hotel room to find Agents Rose, O'Nolan, and Mr. Baker in the lobby.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And let's see where the others are. Let's start with Agent Baker. When do you usually get up in the morning? And, well, more precisely, how do you feel today in a strange surrounding?
Baker, who is not an agent, has gotten up comparatively early. The country life, with all its noises and creaking old buildings, have not have him have a restful night. And more than once he sat on the edge of his bed, kind of listening into the darkness before he forced himself back onto the mattress. So now, basically using the first light, the first opportunity to leave his dark little room, he has been sitting in the lounge for a good hour or so during the sunrise, smoking one cigarette after the other. Didn't bother to figure out whether he's allowed to smoke in here.
Oh.
And is actually quite pleased when he hears steps coming down the stairs at some point, and very happily, slower than a man of his age should, but still happily kind of gets out of his armchair.
Okay. Well, let's see which footsteps these are, because what about you, Agent Nolan? How is your morning routine?
Levi's routine is probably exactly the same as it is every morning, which is get up, become distracted by some thought, and then go down and get some coffee. He's probably forgotten his tie again, and he'll be going straight towards the games room and the bay window to see whether or not he can see any birds before everyone else wakes up.
Okay, so you would be probably then meeting up Agent Baker there, but what about Miss Rose, Charlotte Rose? Are you still softly asleep in this quiet neighborhood of forest, lake, and mountains surrounding you?
Yeah, I think I would sleep a little bit longer. Not too long, so don't miss our appointment. But I'm used to getting up and getting ready quite quick, since my nights are normally pretty long. But I did get into bed relatively early, so it's kind of like I feel more refreshed than usual because I got more sleep than usual, and even though this is kind of a unusual environment, this room, I had a nice night, which was a good surprise. And then I wake up pretty energetic and put up some makeup and some perfume, and again, one of these very boring, dull suits that I wear for work. I'm kind of silent looking at it, but gonna look at the clock and probably about time to meet the others. So I make haste to meet them.
Agent O'Nolan or Levi, as you go down quite early, give me a listen roll as you go down the stairs and enter into the game room. Okay. Yep. You. It seems quiet, and there seems to be nothing really wrong with anything but your slight creaking of your footsteps down the hallway. Jordan Baker, maybe a couple minutes later, as you decide as well to go down, give me also a listen roll as you before you enter the lounge.
Happily. It's these buildings. The buildings are just too loud by themselves.
Well, no, I think it's more that your distraction is focused on that somebody's already in the lounge, in the maybe opening the French door, and that's the noise that kind of draws your attention when you come into the game room, as you see Agent O'Nolan, maybe outside, even on the little patio, searching the sky around the lake and the trees.
For no real reason other than like unnecessary power play, can I attempt to like sneak into an armchair there, as if I had been sitting there all night?
I think I will just allow that to happen with my godly powers as a GM for the surprise effect once Levi turns around. And Aiden, I think you would be the next then to come downstairs a bit earlier than Charlotte. As you go down as well, you do hear kind of in your hallway already the fast footsteps of the maids, but maybe it's not the right time at the moment. So you take down the other side of the staircase, going downstairs, and you can also roll for listen, please. You hear the other, maybe the French door kind of gently swinging in the wind, which draws your attention, and you see that at least one of the agents, Miss O'Nolan, is outside on the patio, enjoying the morning sun rising up.
I will walk up and say, "Good morning, Agent O'Nolan, and Mr. Baker, you as well. Good morning." When I come up and see him sitting in the...
Yeah, this is the moment where he slightly stiff gets up out of his chair. Good morning.
Hello.
It is. It's not the most restful nights you get out here. Huh? Might be for some people. Not for me.
And maybe 5-10 minutes later, after a couple of the cooks check and prepare the dining room next door, they overhear conversation, so they bring you maybe at least a coffee already. And shortly after, it's Miss Rose, Mrs. Rose, coming down as well. Quickly stepping down in the hallway. Hopefully, maybe she hears something if she rolls for listen. We'll see.
I mean, I slept great, so I have a good feeling about this. Very good. So good that I'm still totally in my headspace.
Yeah, and you meet the others, and you're all together in the game room. So feel free to exchange or share communication. There's a small table with coffee, tea, and at least some beverages for the morning, whatever you like. Also, Mrs. Booth, you can hear that the kitchen is already hard at work. You can smell bacon being cooked, eggs, and so forth, as well as one of the waiters that came in, which actually might have been Alice, one of the beautiful maids, but without the tension now on Aiden. She says that the lunch bags will be ready soon, only a couple of minutes, that that you asked for yesterday. And you have a couple of minutes before you either leave or go on your day. I mean, is there anything you're wanting to prepare or discuss, maybe?
I had a thought about this whole endeavor. Maybe we could just play with open cards on this one. You know, I mean, we're here because there have been reports of very regular countings of citizens. And that's obviously something that catches our eye. So maybe we just ask about it straight away. I mean, they probably know that is the case. And I think that would show that we are here to with these intentions, so we don't have any. I mean, we had this discussion yesterday about not asking suspicious questions at all, but I mean, that's what we're here for, and I mean, that's a valid reason, and I think they know why we're here. I mean, at least at that part. Any thoughts?
I mean, you're suggesting that we mention to them that the number 321 keeps on coming up with no variation, and that.
Yeah.
Are you also suggesting that we ask them about the other agents that have retired?
I wouldn't. I don't feel so confident about that part, but I mean, maybe they can offer an explanation for the 321. Maybe we all making this way too complicated. Maybe they just give us a straight up answer. Is probably, I mean, maybe something totally obvious. Maybe.
Well, professionally speaking, it's almost never a good idea to play with open cards. But then I understand my profession is probably different from yours, so might be onto something there.
And it would also be interesting just to, see their reaction. You can always learn a lot from that.
Yeah, you're saying something. Well, if you want to confront them with surprising truths, I would suggest maybe doing that when you have one of them alone, like for example Mr. Dunbar, and when he isn't surrounded by his gun-toting henchmen. People tend to get cagey when they feel safe in groups.
That's a good point.
I mean, it may be worthwhile to actually ask some of these questions to Mrs. Booth that runs this place. She seems to know about Mr. Dunbar, and Mr. Dunbar seems to know about her. So,
yet she denied knowledge of Little Creek. So,
she also mentioned privately never to go there. I think that she knows more than she's publicly letting on. I think that if you were to talk to her alone, as you were suggesting, somebody who's far more persuasive than me might get something out of her. Forewarned is forearmed, I suppose.
I get the feeling Mr. Hamilton here would have no problem distracting the other help in the hotel for a while. So that shouldn't be
I'm not so
too much
sure
trouble.
about that.
Wow.
I would rather not try to do that, I guess. Please don't.
I mean, would you? What are your thoughts about this, Mr. Hamilton?
I think your idea is brilliant, and we should ask them about any explanations, as their answer could tell us, I guess, at least something either way, even if we don't think they are telling us the truth. And for further questions, I would think that Mr. Dunbar is the last person we should ask, not the first. He might be deeply into it if there is something, and otherwise a defensive stance would be perfectly understandable from his point of view.
He also seems to be a person that really wants to uphold a friendly demeanor, so I would be just interested if he comes up with anything interesting explaining that. Because I think like it would be either him or the father. And I kind of have a feeling Mr. Dunbar might be the smaller evil then. Just a hint.
Well, look at the time, gentlemen. Have about 50 minutes of drive to think of what you want to ask him.
Yeah.
Shall we get going?
Yeah, Miss. You can hear the footsteps of Miss Booth coming down the hallway, briefly disappearing into another room, coming back, and then holding two large bags, brown bags in her hand. It's like, oh, I think we prepared a bit too much, but I hope you get your appetite on your hiking trip. Good exercise invigorates the soul and the mind, isn't it? So, I hope you have plenty to drink. We didn't prepare, but there are local streams around that are clear to drink if you need any water on the road. But is there anything I can get you? I hope you slept fine.
Yes, certainly.
Yes.
Very much so.
Okay, I'll try it. I'm going to try and sort of. I'll try to sidle up to Mrs. Booth and just simply say, I was wondering if you could possibly help me out.
You have an issue
with?
Oh well, yes, of course. And she kind of goes to your tie and kind of straightens
right.
the knots and.
Yeah, I always forget that. No, it's it would be a great deal of help if you could perhaps give me some information about Little Creek.
And the knot tightened a bit too tight for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think there's I mean there's it's just you know what they say. It's more hearsay, but I think nothing really. A small farming town that shouldn't. I mean, I don't understand what you're interested in. I think it would be just. There's so many other nice towns around, my darling. You don't have to go there in the first place.
Well, unfortunately, we sort of do. We're census agents, and there is only just one little thing that the Census Bureau is rather confused by. And I was wondering whether or not you might be able to help me. It's to do with the number of people that are in Little Creek.
The number of people? I mean, I can tell you that the people that are there are mighty old strange. Well, the good Lord would say you should not speak ill of thy neighbor, and quotes a couple of passages of the Bible, don't do any harm,
Right.
yada yada. I was like, it's just, it doesn't seem right, but it's just there are plenty of other towns, and the numbers. Well, what do you mean with? And she seems to, stutter, and trying to find words, and she seems to get lost more in phrasing Bible verses than actually answering.
Right. I'll just simply say, why is it that they, for the past 100+ years, their population has stayed static at 321?
And you can give me a psychology roll here. Everyone in that fact who is close by and wants to observe her reaction to this question. Well, that's a great start tonight. It's a wonderful start tonight.
Wow.
Wow.
We're not actually investigators per se, right?
Charlotte, you rather have the feeling that the way that Levi approaches her is a personal attack on her, and she seems terrified by this rude man who's asking inappropriate question to an elderly woman, and she is just frightened maybe of his approach and his manners, but clearly she's frightened by Mr. O'Nolan here, how he stands in front of her, almost menacingly and threatening her. That's what you interpret with that fumble.
I would approach them and be like, I'm kind of push him a little bit. Maybe we shouldn't push it too hard. I mean, the good lady was so nice to us, and I can. She probably has a very busy morning with the other guests being around, so maybe don't be so forceful.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't realise I was behaving like that. Mrs. Booth, please accept my apologies. I didn't mean to.
It's all right. It's just well, let's just say we locals try to adjust to everyone's custom, and as we leave everybody else alone, so they leave us alone, and everything stays as it is, and that's how it's been the whole time. And I don't know any of your questions or answers to your questions about numbers of people, and I just hope that you have a pleasant day. And she's well, you don't see that fully, but she's kind of short on breath. She's a bit blushing, sweating a bit around the collar.
I'm terribly sorry, for his behavior. Maybe next time, next time, just let me talk, okay?
Well, I was sort of waiting for you to do that, but
Miss Booth kind of just used that moment and just like, I think I heard the cook. I do apologize. You can all give me a spot hidden though. Aha.
Finally.
Charlotte, as you see her leave, you can clearly see her kind of going away for a second, and then she just turns around, and there's kind of this look in her face, and she kind of looks at you and just shakes her head, and it's kind of like she's wording, like, don't go there. And she continues down the hallway. And it's clearly by the way she mouths and stuff. You've overheard people conversing in speakeasy, so it's clear what she said. And she clearly said, don't go there.
Okay. Should we go then?
Should we go there?
Sure.
Absolutely.
And,
Right.
well, you grab your lunch bags and go to the car, load up, start the engine, drive off. What's the atmosphere like? How are the four of you feeling now as you drive back into the forest, the winding path? You know, it's early morning, so now like that little sunlight that you had outside is there, but now in the forest it's getting pretty dark. It's pretty cold still. Even the morning frost is kind of lingering around here. Did I say frost? Well, yes, it's pretty cold in here.
Jordan is extremely quiet now. He has said his piece and now concentrates on driving. He has no desire to go back to this town, but it is the job. And he just kind of hopes that this is all like over comparatively quickly. He's staring straight ahead, trying to like concentrate on the road, not to give anything away.
Okay.
Aiden would sit in the back and look partly bored and also deep in thoughts about everything they learned so far about Little Creek. And while they drive through the forest, he would look at his watch in his hand and wait for the moment if it stops again, and then look up and look where they are in the forest and if they're just out of curiosity.
Okay. So you, well, do continue, Levi. I didn't want to interrupt.
Levi's probably just a little bit. He's probably quite excited, but a little bit anxious as well. And he's probably just busying himself, getting all of his analytical tools ready, all the, cross-referencing papers, that sort of thing.
Okay. Good. And so you drive down that forest road again, and you come on that one intersection, the one that you left Little Creek last night. So the one exit of the main road, which is through the town. Or you can continue down driving the main road to go where the sign was and enter from the perspective where you entered first. Which way do you want to go? I mean, Jordan, you're the driver. You remember both locations well.
Yeah, Jordan would absolutely take the road that we came yesterday. Like, not the one that we went into town, but the one that they led us out of town.
Okay.
It seemed the more unthreatening.
Okay. And you take that road again. And you drive down. It seems a bit more traveled, or at least better maintained from the beginning. And about another 2-3 minutes in, once you're off the main road, you can all roll for power again.
Hard success.
Okay. So most of you seem to be absolutely fine. but you see that Aiden seems to be maybe starting to get a bit pale if you look at him. And there's just something about his behavior, because he seems to get quiet down. And at that time, Aiden, you seem to kind of drive through down the road. You know, the road is bumpy, the car is bumpy. I mean, there's no suppression or what are they? Suspension that make the ride a bit nicer. So yeah, it kind of rocks you quite a bit. And at some point, like just that moment when you close your eyes, you open them again, and you find yourself somewhere else. It seems you are riding or moving forward faster than you could walk, but you look down to your hands, and you're holding reins, and you're riding a horse. It's raining, it's cold, you're wet, you're soaked completely. But by the way that you look at your clothes, they are old. They're not only old, they're ancient. But yet they are good. So, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. They're not even your style, nor your era. And you keep on riding and riding. And you see that coming out of the forest, there is that town. And you're riding as fast as you can. From the distance already, you hear screaming, breaking of wood, flames and fire spreading over a couple of the houses. Women and children running across the street. Everybody's just in the whole town is in absolute chaos. You run as fast as you can. You stop your horse somewhere 2-3 houses in. You jump off. You slide into the mud, sticking. The horse suddenly jolts as a nearby house just completely destroys. It breaks down. The horse jolts and kicks you to the side. You fall into the mud, trying to get yourself up again. It's raining just so heavy, and then for a moment everything slows down. You could see individual raindrops slowly falling in front of you. You feel a bit weird. Your heart is pounding like hellfire. Rapidly, you get up, you move along, and you can see that. What is this? This is sorcery. You're moving through the raindrops, and you're just pushing them aside. The rain is still falling, but like a millimeter a minute, you would say. Very slow, almost standing still. People around you just move slowly. They seem to run. The motion just seemed to slow down. Cannot be. It cannot be. Time has slowed. Why not for me? You move forward. And that's when you hear it. Heavy stomps. Thrashing. The earth shakes and rumbles as you know there's something massive and large walking around you, and somewhere close by, as an elephant that kind of tramples on the ground. Everything shakes. Your whole body is shaking. You are shaking. You're terrified as you kind of just look around one of the broken down walls of an old building, and there you see it. A man. He's lying kind of thrown in front of a well. His face is gashed and battered. He's bleeding. You can see his clothes are torn, but he's moving normally. And so is that man in front of him. A tall man wearing black robes. Underneath his one arm, he holds this huge book wrapped around with like chains that are hooked around his waist. You can see that they are seemingly arguing. They're discussing something. You see the hand reach out from the man in the robe to the one downstairs. Yes, they come to some sort of agreement. He reaches up his hand, he turns it, and you can see him, the man in the robe upstairs, kind of cutting his wrist. Blood starts to flow to the ground, and they shake hands on it. And that's when you see it. On the other side of that building that you kind of lurk into this scene, tentacles wrap around the edge, expanding, extending further, and then you see this massive arm shoving itself forward, crushing the wood like it's paper. It's moving slow, but yet it's faster than anything else, not as fast as you, but its arm is moving out the size of a tree trunk. And you just see this arm expanding when a tentacle wraps around from the back around you, pulls you back, and your vision goes black. Roll for sanity. Okay. That's a 1d4. And in the meantime, those others that looked at Aiden, it looked like he didn't breathe. He doesn't breathe. He doesn't move. His eyes wide open, white, starting to roll up into his head, and just starting to sweat and getting super pale. And you're just, Jordan, you're just passing outside of the forest, and you just see this. You stomp on the brakes.
Exactly.
As Aiden kind of just like, whoa, shakes himself back. And Aiden, you just have the moment like, what was that? It's something weird. Nothing that you kind of remember of how it happened, but like you remember what you saw. But like, not that it took so long or how it kind of, where it happened. It's all fuzzy. It's just like, it's like a dream, but not yet. It's weird. Like you were there, but you're not. You were in the car. What happened?
It's a Hamilton. It's Hamilton, you're right.
I think I must have dozed off or something. I'm sorry. Are we there yet? What's wrong?
Right.
Noticing that everyone is looking at me, and then noticing the film of cold sweat on my whole body. What?
You gave us a bit of a scare there. You sure you're alright? Wanna take a step?
I think so. Maybe a bit of water would be fine. I'm not sure what happened. I seem to have dreamed for a moment. I'm not. And a shiver would go through my body when I tried to remember what I saw. And yeah, I would stop in the middle of the word for a moment, like, what did I want to say? And then, yeah, something to drink, and then we can continue. I'm sorry for the bother.
No, it's perfectly fine. Have you got a history of epilepsy or something like that?
No, not at all. This is the first time ever that I experienced something like this. It was really odd.
Jordan reaches in whatever the port he has as an excuse for a glove compartment and produces like half a bottle of whiskey. You look like you need something.
Perfect. I would like grab it like someone really, needing that, and would instantly open the bottle and take a few deep swigs. Yeah. And I would
Wow,
cough
Yeah.
afterwards
hopefully about
when.
that.
Sorry.
Just we sharing the good stuff so openly. I mean, I wouldn't mind a zip either. If we're taking, if you're offering, of course. I don't want to take anything from you. This kind of stuff is rare, so
Have at it, Miss Rose. I understand I'm probably not supposed to drink it while driving you around anyway.
Oh,
Well,
all right. And a shaking hand would reach you the bottle, but reach it to you nevertheless. So. And then Aiden would like sink into his seat and be quiet and nervously shaking at some points.
Simon, if you don't mind me saying, you look like you have a bit of a problem with the nerves there. Is it are you not looking forward to returning to Little Creek or anything? I don't mean to pry, but anything going on?
I have no history at all with something like that, whatever that was. And I have no problem with going to Little Creek. I was intrigued about all the open questions we have, but this has nothing to do with it. It really was like a bad dream. I don't know what happened, and I'm sorry for all the fuss, but yeah, I will be fine in a few minutes. Don't mind that. Yeah, sorry.
I start driving very slowly again, still like keeping a side eye on Hamilton.
Absolutely. And you continue down the road. You actually realize something. There's quite a bit of more commotion. Even on the edge of town, you can see there's a huge kind of cloud of smoke rising in somewhere probably in the town center. You can see that a lot of people on the streets, they're moving left and right. As you approach the edge of town, you can see the street in front of you is almost like it's filled with carts, and on the back of their carts you can see baked bread, you can see chicken, you can see eggs and prepared vegetables, hay stacks and hay balls that are being unloaded. You can see another cart that it has all kinds of like tables and benches on it, which people kind of start to unload. And you realize that like there's no way further because there's cows and horses in the middle of the street, and the carts themselves kind of just block your way. But yeah, you can see that as you approach. All of you can roll for spot hidden to see how much you can see before I reveal too much. Okay. Perfect. Charlie, do you have a hard success on this? So I think what you see, and you can relate to the others, Jordan, you will see part of that, is that the faces of the people seem nice, they're smiling, and they're waving at you, even the ones a bit further outside that you passed as you kind of came to town, that were on the field, still kind of either ploughing the field or preparing some of the hay or grass. And as you kind of stop the car in this pile-up, basically, you can see that around them they're kind of waving and they're kind of like talking to each other. Oh, this must be... Oh, hello, how are you?
I guess slow down there and give him a solid little like half wave.
Yeah, and I mean, at some point you can drive any further. You maybe like 2-3 houses in, you can pull to the side, but like there's just carts all over the place.
Looks like it's market day. When you say there's like there's like a bunch of people running around. Like, how many are we talking? Like, within or without the roughly 300?
You would guess at least from what you can see in that area, about 25 to 50, best estimate.
No.
What are the people wearing clothes-wise?
They're wearing, you would say, common farm clothing. It's a touch on the older side. Seems to have been, maybe well-fashioned in the 1900, but it's still functioning and nice. The dresses of the women are beautiful and well-maintained, cleaned, and yeah, there's just quite a bit of commotion. As you stop the engine, you can even hear a bit of, you would say, music coming from the town square.
Well, I put the car somewhere like off the street in case someone wants to get a cart through here.
Yeah.
Looks like the rest is on foot, and looks like the strategy of getting some one of them separated. We might have to rethink that.
So the moment you pull the car to the side, you also notice that there are at least 4 or 5 people kind of coming to your car, and they're admiring the car. They're looking at it. Oh, that's a Ford. Wow. Look how shiny it is. And the white wheel. Oh, the big wheels. And, a couple of kids start to run around the car, and obviously they touch and pull and push at prod at things.
Yeah. I'll give you others a wave to go ahead, and then try to distract the kids for a bit, just to make sure that no one is like touching the car in a destructive fashion. No one gets too overeager here. Boys, if you don't intend on stealing it, don't touch it. And if you do, that'll be trouble.
Oh no, sir. Of course not, sir. Just admiring your car, sir. So very beautiful, sir.
Well, it was beautiful until you got all your fingerprints all over it.
We can clean it, sir. And some of them start to immediately wipe it with rags.
Yeah, I would stick with these kids for a moment and just kind of watching them being entertained by the car. I don't have much to add to your census work anyway, so.
So the others that I assume you're getting out. The moment you're getting out, it takes maybe 2-3 seconds that people from the kind of surrounding area suddenly start to pour towards you. And let's be honest, they are quite handsome. The men are well built, strong arms, muscles, just wearing the overalls, nothing underneath. And approaching Charlotte with their handsome, clean-shaven face, square jaw and very masculine. And so do a couple of beautiful ladies as well. Approach Levi and Aiden. And they're immediately kind of drawn to you in a very flirtatious way. Oh, you must be yes, Mr. Dunbar told us about you. You're coming from Boston now. Marvelous. Now, can we bring you something? Can we get you anything? Oh, we got cold beer already. Do you want some wine? Do you want some breakfast? You want probably some breakfast. And bring some breakfast. And suddenly, people are bringing you beverages, coffee, beer, wine, schnapps. They're bringing you plates of food and appetizers, ham, bread, cheese. What do you do?
Aiden wouldn't be hungry at the moment. And also he would, seeing the approaching women would change color in his face from red to white. And again, and trying to bring distance between them when they approach.
Oh, handsome, don't run
Kind
away.
of.
Don't run away, handsome. We're not doing you any
Oh,
harm.
please don't mind me kind of hiding hinter O'Nolan, trying at least to. Agent O'Nolan, if you have something I can assist you with, I would be gladly join every endeavor in your investigation. Please, getting a bit distance again between the women.
Levi, you have now about 4 or 5 young women, ages between realistically between 16 and 25 in front of you, kind of presenting themselves very attractively to you. I mean, it's the 1920s, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, Levi is probably utterly oblivious to it, and is just trying to figure out how to get to the town hall, and just asking them, well, which direction is that? And if they present him with schnapps, he's just going like, "It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't. Who thinks this is okay?"
Do you want something else? We have coffee. We got tea as well. We have some water, some orange juice.
I appreciate the offer, but I've got a job to do. So how do I get to the town hall?
Oh yeah, well, it's being prepared. But do you want to? Yes, we can escort you. 2 on each side, kind of hook under your arms, and they're kind of flirtatiously kind of trying to guide you. 2 of the others kind of go behind you and hook themselves under Aiden's arm, unless you're really fighting them off or brawling them off. At the same time, Charlotte, you have a pair of handsome guys as well as a couple ladies escorting you as well, and they're just caressing you for a moment, like, oh, my lady, what a beautiful sight of you. Can we do anything for you? Anything that we can offer you? Your friend seems a bit we have a couple of beverages if you require some pick-me-up in the morning.
Oh, I mean, that sounds lovely. I'm gonna be honest. What a surprise. I didn't expect you guys to be so open about these kind of things, so...
Oh, no, not at all. Of course we are.
I am out on work, so,
Well,
a little bit, but not...
No, we're gonna serve it in a coffee mug then. Yes, just bring the coffee mug. Yes, good. And they hand you a coffee mug with some pretty good hooch in it. And so...
Lovely coffee. Is freshly brewed, I can tell.
You... the 3 of you are then... Unless you're resisting. Are you actively resisting to try anything? They are escorting you to the town square. So they're leading you at least somewhere. If that's the direction where you want it to go, that will be seen, but...
I would kind of look back to see where Mr. Baker, if he sees us leaving.
Yeah, Jordan, you see them
make
kind of
eye contact with him,
being swarmed by all of these ladies and men. When you do see a couple of others approaching, kind of from behind the car, arriving on another carriage with haystacks on them, and they jump off, and they're seemingly also interested in you. Oh, sir, well, you must be the strong one in the whole endeavor, huh?
And yeah, I thought it was in a wrong line of work. He tips his hat. It's fairly. He's fairly open to being intrigued. Well, it's basically pumping himself up a bit, and I'm just driving the.
Oh,
these government agents around.
Oh, you're driving government agents. Now that must be a respectable job where you're from. You're probably highly paid. You're working for the government. Oh my dear. And you know, like more and more start to like swarm around you and being like, he's a highly respected government man. He's driving important people. And
he does not bother to correct them.
and they same as well. They start to offer you drinks and food and you know, bacon, eggs, and everything.
Yeah, he happily partakes. Like, lights a cigarette and offers them one and takes a drink from them.
Yeah.
Bacon and eggs, perfect. That's what the hotel was missing.
Oh yeah. Well, let's set up a bench, and then you know you see a couple others like taking up a table, a bench, and everything kind of down from one of the carts and kind of carrying it over. And you feel the hook of, you know, two young, charming, wide-eyed ladies hooking underneath your arm and trying to bring you to the table while they kind of feed you drinks and beverages.
Yeah. So Jordan is not a complete idiot. He at least tries to keep an eye on where the others are like led off to, but like within like reason, he happily goes along with all of this.
Yeah, they're actually following them. It's only a couple of like turns until the lot of you reach the town square. What was yesterday an empty market square that seemed a bit desolate and dreading is now a bustling place of joy and happiness. On the surrounding edge, you can see there are various tables set up with food and drinks and cakes and coffees. You can see some are preparing even more food and cutting and preparing hors d'oeuvres and whatnot. There's a small area set free. To the north, there's you would say there's a larger, like 7 by 3 by 1.5 foot, like a podest or something, like a stone slab, like a huge stone slab that is covered with flowers and ornaments and everything, and they're kind of organizing and making it nice. To the right of you, down to the riverfront, the small creek that runs through that little town, you can see there is a wooden contraption that has been set up, which is a spit roast that is using the stream of the water to mechanically turn and roast the pig through some mechanism and gears. And you can see 2 pigs and 2 lambs are being currently fried, which is the column of smoke that you might have seen from out of town. In the center, just amongst the commotion, on what you would seem probably like a box or something, you see Mayor Dunbar again, or Mr. Randolph Dunbar, and he's coordinating and shouting to people, yes, Margaret, yes, please, go over there, ask Sam if he has the corn prepared, where are we on the pork? Yes, should be ready, yes, in about 4 hours. Put some more fire on that. What about cake? Where are we there? The flowers? Good. And he's just pointing and shouting and organizing. That's the scene you see. Now you are being escorted a bit further in. Levi, you probably try to steer a bit towards him because he's the person that you want to speak to. Good. Yeah,
that's pretty much what O'Nolan's doing. He's going to try and slip his guards, I suppose, and go over to Dunbar.
Yeah. So this is just, the whole place is full. There are people everywhere. Like, they are not letting off easily, and they're just like kind of coming back after you slip them, and they're kind of, you know, just browsing around you as you walk. But they let you go by yourself in a sense as you approach him. Charlotte and Aiden, you see the same scene. You can follow Levi if you want, or you can carouse and browse any of the tables of food, of beverages, of drinks. Where do you want to direct to? Just rough orientation. Follow Levi or explore? Just make your own adventure.
I think I'm going to, for now, I'm going to keep an eye on Nolan, but I will kind of go with the flow for the time being and see where they kind of lead me to. I'm kind of like giving them the lead to,
Okay.
yeah. I'm kind of interested if they're gonna lead me somewhere interesting.
They would probably just lead you to one of the tables around. If you're going after Levi, they're happy to follow you as well. But yeah, otherwise they would just kind of lead you to one of the tables and then start to kind of prepare breakfast and drinks and everything onto your place. And yeah, Aiden, what about you?
I would follow O'Nolan as the flirtation seems to lessen in the direction he's going to. And that's a clear path for me. Yeah,
Okay.
so I would follow him.
And so it's only a couple of moments later when Jordan, you arrive at the same scene, and you can see to your left, maybe just a couple of tables up, Charlotte is being served the biggest breakfast plate that you've ever seen, probably, and they just continue to bringing stuff. She seems to. How do you feel, Charlotte, at that moment? Smiling, happy, intrigued?
I think, I mean, she's definitely giving like the impression of being very entertained and into it, but her gaze kind of wanders over to her colleague every once in a while just to make sure everything is all right on that end. But looks like she's indulging.
No?
But if you look closer, she's not eating too much. She's just like picking a bit and trying to look like she's very into it, but is holding herself a little bit back.
Jordan, what do you do?
Oh, that looks like merriment. Having not much better to do, so Jordan would join over to where Charlotte is sitting. And is it? Do you mind, miss? And like takes a seat there.
I think
Well,
that's plenty enough for both of us.
And they bring more food out just for you as well.
Didn't expect that.
Anything you want to say?
say?
So while you're sitting and eating, the kind of direct harassment kind of subsides a bit. They're kind of giving you some space.
Perfect.
Ergo, you can talk if you want.
Looks like some kind of celebration, huh? It's, one would think that Mr. Dunbar would have mentioned something like that when he invited us over yesterday.
Yeah, unless that's just what they usually go on about. I mean, it seems to be a very a lifestyle of indulgence. Seems to, it has to come from somewhere, I suppose. Work hard, play hard, maybe?
Yeah, Jordan bites very unesthetically into a big sausage and goes like, if this is their usual breakfast, they will not keep the population steady for long.
And so while we leave you, we're going to switch to Levi. Give me a spot hidden check.
Oh, extreme success.
You do notice something is that there's a lot of people kind of very close to you and they're apologizing, occasionally bumping into you. First it seemed a bit normal, but then you feel like they're just like, touching your waist occasionally, like side and back. doesn't take you long to figure out. You would guess that's where you normally would wear a gun or a revolver or something. It seemed just repetitive of people accidentally bumping into you and pushing you at these spots.
Levi, once he starts twigging that, will probably do something exactly the same. He'll check, smaller back, hip, left armpit, that sort of thing, just to see whether or not he's surrounded by people that are carrying, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah. A sleight of hand or something like that. Or...
Exactly. Yeah. You can attempt that. Ooh. Yeah, you're going through most of them. Doesn't seem like anybody is carrying or taking any weapons. They're surprisingly, fit for sure. From what you can feel at the guys, they are pure muscle, basically. They're not looking like a lot of muscle, but they are strength. From what you can touch. And you're about like... yeah, go ahead.
They're not carrying knives or anything like that, or...
Nothing that
but
you
I
can
imagine
find.
pitchforks and everything like that.
Well, no. They're not even carrying pitchforks. They're amongst crowds and they're preparing what looks to be like some sort of festival or something. And you approach Mr. Dunbar standing on top of the what you now see is like an inverted crate, and he is kind of looking around. He's like, "Oh yeah, you made it. Terribly sorry. I thought I would be done by now. Just give me one more minute." And he's kind of shouting out to people like at the very end, to over there, here and there, coordinating for another good minute. And then steps down, and he kind of goes down and shakes your hand. Mr. O'Nolan, was it? Wonderful to see you.
Yes.
I do apologize. I think I've kind of missed my schedule slightly. Just a bit of you know how it goes. If your mind is a bit scattered in my old age.
Yeah. What's it all in aid of?
It's our festival, annual festival, and we. Oh, I did not mention it, didn't I? Jesus. Well, I do apologize. I'm terribly sorry. No, but fret not. We are an open community. We are happy for anyone to arrive. I thought I didn't mention it, didn't I? Don't worry. Everything is fine, and the better. Everybody's around, so you can call them in one by one if you want. We can arrange a queue, and you can ask everyone what you want. Very easy today, I think it should be. And he kind of like looks at you like blank face for a moment. You're here for what again?
Census.
Right, yeah,
census?
Right. Yes. You wanted to count you wanted to count the books. No, you wanted to look in the books for the counting. Yes, that's what you wanted. Yes. Yeah, no, everything is prepared. It's right there in the church. The town hall is currently being set up. For tonight's. Well, I must apologize. At that point, Aiden, you come kind of towards him, kind of, the women kind of are swatting off left and right from you. And Mr. Dunbar comes to you. It's like, oh, Mr.
Hamilton.
Mr. Hamilton. Well, wonderful to have you with us. Pleasure to have you. Everything. And he kind of just like looks at you for a moment and you come from and it points to his chest where your embroidery is of your family crest.
The Hamilton family. We talked about this yesterday, don't you remember? I hope you have slept well.
Oh, I do sleep well, but you know how it is to organize a town on a day of a festival. In my age, things slip my mind. I do apologize. I'm terribly sorry. I should have. Well, let me make this up for you. How about you stay here? We have a beautiful festival for tonight planned, with dance, music, drinks, and festivities all throughout the day and the evening, with a grand finale and a celebration in the evening with a musical traditional dance, and then you can maybe stay the night, and we'll see. We'll get you out home back on the road tomorrow with a couple of fresh produce from the countryside. How does that sound?
I think that we'll probably return to the historic inn tonight. I just would really like to look at the books at the moment. And by the way, what is the festival in celebration of?
Oh,
the founding of the.
No, it's so much more than the founding. We thought it's too much interruption and too much coordination throughout the year to have multiple days and stuff. It is a festival for the spring harvest. It's for the town celebration, for birthdays. We just celebrate everything at once, so nobody feels like they need to prepare things continuously. And it's been this huge success. Everybody likes it, and we've been doing it for years.
Oh, well, I suppose that's efficient. Although it does seem to lose something in terms of nobody actually having a birthday or an individual celebration.
Well, you see, we honor still that those that have birthdays and everything. It's much more that we appreciate this day as a communion, our sense of being together as a united society here, that we live together and work together. And the festival doesn't have to end tonight. Usually it does take a couple of days for us to finish all the little trinkets and here and there. But you know how it goes. Kind of just like cheerfully kind of like gives you a very weak kind of knock at the shoulder.
Okay. Right. Okay then. Well, just let's get on with it and show me the books. I mean,
Yes. I do apologize. Just if you would follow me, give me a spot hidden. You and Aiden. Actually, everybody. Ho. Wonderful. Levi, you can name someone, including yourself, and gift a deep 10 points of luck without asking for luck.
Aiden. I'll give Aiden 10 points of luck.
Okay. A D10. So you roll a D10. That's how much luck you get.
Oh.
Levi, what you...
Oh.
Thank you.
You know.
Could have used it for that die roll.
Levi, I think I'm just going to tell it to you. He's pointing to a larger building which seemingly looks like a school, converted farmhouse, you would say, but modernized to the extent that it looks kind of like a school, and the giveaway might be even the kind of 2 rows of children up front who are trying to chime in a choir and singing a couple of songs. A teacher kind of tries to coordinate their singing, but a couple of paintings and stuff is around. And but as you kind of look at where Mr. Dunbar kind of points you, you can see to the right the town hall, a massive building, huge. And it's not only that it's huge, but there seems to be a spherical skyline on top of it. Somewhere like right in the smack center of the town hall. You can see multiple people going in and out from the main entrance. From what you can see, the windows are only about starting, 7 feet from the ground. So they're starting at a various height. There are no ground floor windows. And yeah, it's just kind of an odd but also impressive building. And the skylight, or the dome above, is certainly something that is catching your eye based on just the reflection of the sun that you catch as you see this massive building.
Is there anything within the glass dome? Or
nothing you can see. It just looks like a large glass dome.
I'll mention it to Dunbar and just say, well, that extraordinary impressive town hall you have.
I think, yes. A couple of good craftsmen with us, and we constructed this idea of illuminating the whole room using the source of sunlight instead of artificial light. Much more efficient and much brighter than you would think, especially with the geometry, they say, yes. The geometries and the angles. Oh. They told me about this mathematics before, but I to be honest, it's not really my forte when it comes to that.
Well, you must have a pair of very impressive architects. I mean,
they come, they go. But I'm
they
sure...
come, they go.
Well, you know how they say. I mean, this building has been with us. This building has been with us for now a good 150 years.
Oh, right. So the architects are no longer with you.
No. No. But a good man. I mean, it's still standing, bright and beautiful as on the first construction. It sounds like, from what we hear. Read, not hear. Sorry. But do come. You wanted to read the books, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yes. Do come. And he leads you about halfway to the school when the whole place goes quiet. He stops. And you can all... Levi, you had a critical success earlier. You look to the north. To the north, you can, for one, see on a small hill this impressive stone building, which is a church. And everyone on this town square now looks up north. You spot there is a priest coming down the small street kind of from the church towards the town square. Behind him, a small altar boy. He seems to carry some sort of middle-sized wooden box, dark wooden box. And the two of them just walk down from the church to the edge of the town square, passing this like huge concrete slab with ornaments and flower arrangements on top of it. And you see everybody on town square looking up, being absolutely quiet. They bow their heads slightly. And Levi, Charlotte and Aiden and Jordan, you all suddenly realize all the joy, the excitement, the movement of people, the talkative, or how people talked around you, quiets down abruptly. Everybody gets up, and they're all facing the same direction. What do you do?
I'd lift to one of the townspeople, sorry, what's about to happen?
They're making the election. They're selecting the blessed.
That's a ceremonial role in the festival?
It's an honor. It's an honor to be blessed. And it's, we all wish to be it, so... Psh, psh, psh.
Then he leans over to Charlotte. Blessed? Like as in, like, Christian blessed? Probably not, right?
I don't know, just seems kind of creepy. Kind of just whisper to you. We should make our way to the others, you know, just in case. Do
No.
we see the others?
Yeah, you probably see Levi kind of just poking his head out, and looking to the north as well. Aiden probably as well. Taller.
Yeah, Jordan slowly gets up, like, with glacially slow movement, pointing Charlotte over to, like, where the others are, and then making his way through the crowd.
And you're realizing you're the only ones that making any sound right now. Like, nobody's moving. You can hear the birds again. There's no music, no nothing.
It's an involuntary, like, urge to hold my breath while going through doing that kind of, like, theater, excuse me, think, kind of making my way through the crowd, breaking a way for Charlotte to follow me.
Yeah, they just step aside.
No.
So Levi, with no attempt to be quiet, is just going to turn to Dunbar and just go, so what exactly is going on there? What is it? What's occurring?
Oh, yes, the father will choose the blessed for this festival. If you could lower your voices, it's more like a ceremonial thing. You see, it's becoming a bit more of a sensation, anticipation. Do come. Aiden, what are you doing in the meantime?
I won't stand near O'Nolan and also listen for the answer of the mayor. I would look interested to what's happening with the priest and what he has there. I'm not sure if anything about this place or place we've come through until now would remind me of what I saw earlier. Otherwise, I would also have like a negative lingering feeling inside me, I guess. If anything would remind me of that in this city, which I guess is possible.
I mean, it looks similar, but yet not. It looks different, but I mean, it's just a weird vibe right now. Like, there's no chaos and stuff, so it's not really applicable. But maybe the approach to the town gave you a similar kind of feeling, like you've run down that same winding road.
The priest wouldn't remind me of that cloaked figure at all.
No.
Alright.
And yeah, so by the time the priest kind of moves through the crowd, people are parting ways, and they're just letting them kind of move through. He moves to the center of the place where Dunbar previously stood, and he gets up, and well, here is Father Duncan McBride, who gets up on stage, so to speak. He looks around, and you can almost feel this like anticipation, like everybody's excited about his words or about something that he's about to say. He clears his throat. My brothers and sisters, once again we're grateful for all the gifts that we have received this year, and we have overcome the hardship of winter. Surely it was not easy. We stood there together as a union, steadfast in our beliefs, with the Lord and his prophets on our side, and we are proud to have another festival on this glorious day. It's not so much what we've done, but what is to come. As always, you have trusted in the Lord and given your name to us, so that some of you shall be praised in all our stead, before we choose those that are to be blessed today. Let us remember. And the next thing is said in unison. Everybody in town chimes in. In darkness and devotion, we are the congregation of the eldritch. We are the union of the tenebrous divine, and we shall honor the balance and chaos. After that, everything is quiet again. The father
What the fuck?
looks around and says, my dear friends, so it's upon me to give you the honor, to choose the ones that are selected for this glorious day. He reaches into his coat, pulls out a thick key, leans down, seemingly he's opening this chest. Levi, I'm still going to use your carryover critical success of a spot hidden. You can see as the box is open, this, you would say, dark, blackish oaken box, wooden box, is opened. The seam and the inlay of it is a red satin or a red fiber of some sort. Beautiful. An elegant, crafted material. And he reaches in, and you can see sticking out various envelopes. And he picks up one of the envelopes, and he breaks a seal that you can see from the distance, like a wax seal of some sort. Our first blessed will be West. Michael, are you with us? And somewhere in the crowd, it's like, yes! Oh, thank God! Oh, praise be! Thank you! And people around him kind of start to hoist him up and celebrate him. Quiet, my children. Kind of rummages around. Gray, Elisa. Oh, yes! Oh my God! Dad! And, same excitement breaks out. Spencer Doyle. Same excitement. Catherine Berg. Same excitement. Now the four kind of parts or four drops of people who are being praised and kind of showered with thanks and whatnot. He kind of motions to everyone. My children, do not forget that we all are together and we are on it. And they are just the symbolic gesture of who we praise, because we all praise each other. Without us, without you, and just pointing to a random person in the crowd, none of us could have survived. None of us would survive, because we need to work together in order to make this town what it is, what it's always been. For that I thank you. In darkness and devotion, the whole crowd chimes in again. We are the congregation of the eldritch, and we are the union of the tenebrous divine, and shall honor the balance and chaos. The moment it stops, the whole crowd goes crazy, basically. People are starting to celebrate. They are lifting up the four people on their shoulders. They're turning around. The music starts to play again. And Mr. Dunbar kind of just turns to Levi, kind of, tips you on the shoulder and well, don't fret now. Let's do your bookkeeping. God, Elisa Berg, I wouldn't have guessed. Well, Wonderful, wonderful. Should we go?
Well, what happens now? What happens now?
Oh, nothing. See, we found it difficult to have individual praise and celebrations for each individual to the extent that somebody gets praised more or the other gets more gifts. So we decided to make it a unious endeavor. Instead of everyone gets their own celebration, we just keep it as a simple thing, where we randomly choose people out of the crowd, 4 people that represent our encounter, our people that we face. And those will represent each and every one of us. And we give thanks to us, and they give thanks to us. And thereby we celebrate ourselves.
Encounter. You were saying. What was the encounter?
Encounter? I don't think I said encounter. No.
Oh, right. Okay. I must admit, I'm kind of curious about your denomination. I've never heard of, what is it, Tenebris or whatever?
Oh, yes. I think Father will be more pleased with this. We are just, I want to say Lutheran, like Lutheran-esque. There's so many different denominations that it sounds like a Lutheran kind of type of denomination, the way he describes it. But I think the Father will be much more pleased and keen to answer any of your questions on this regard.
Mr. Dunbar, I'm curious, have you tried to be one of the chosen blessed people this year?
Well, you see...
or did you get this title before?
Oh, no, unfortunately I wasn't lucky enough to be drawn so far. Well, I guess it happens.
One of you is...
You can give me a psychology roll if you think that there's something you want to understand. Jordan and Charlotte, you probably would have arrived during the speech with the others.
Yeah, I don't trust Dunbar at all, so...
What?
I'm trying to see if he's hiding something. He's too nice, and
it clearly looks like he's clearly holding back on something, and the way he reacted, like if he's been ever drawn or something, that doesn't look like he's like maybe put himself into the hat in the first place. And so while you have that short conversation, just Levi, you briefly see the Father kind of stepping down, closing the box, and the two, him and his altar boy, leave through the crowds back to the church. While in the meantime, the whole town is celebrating these 4 people, and even the attention around Aiden has lessened because they are now going after the 2 men who were chosen.
Take a mental note that they're going back to the church, and I'll probably still want to. I'll get Dunbar to take me to look at the books.
Of course. I mean, that's why you're here, isn't that? Come on. Oh yeah, it's Mr. Baker, isn't it? And Mrs. Rose, is it? Or Miss Rose?
Right.
I don't want it to inquire too personal here, but do come.
I have a look over the festivities and just ask Dunbar, is there anything else about to happen? Not that we miss anything if we go look into the books.
Oh no. The main celebration will happen at dawn, at dusk. So don't worry about that.
No.
It's just the dance and the beginning of the celebrations, and with a small speech at the town hall. And I think, I mean, if you're still around, I would be honored if you want to accompany us. It would be wonderful if you could see how wonderful this community and the society itself functions over years now.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
And
I think Jordan would like lean into whoever of you stands close to, probably still Charlotte, because like something's not quite right here, right? I'll have a look around, and then like louder to Mr. Mayor, what's Dunbar. If you don't mind, I'd go back to the breakfast then. I'm sure the books are very enlightening, but I don't think that's for me.
oh, you know what, my child, I might even accompany you once I've dealt with these charming young fellows. I myself can't do with these books too long either. It gets me a headache with with the reading on closed spaces. Anyway, see you around. Ladies, please take good care of this gentleman. And flop, you're surrounded again by a troop of women.
That backfired.
And unless you ask anything else, he leads you further into what looks to be like a school. Outside you can see the 2 rows of children kind of chiming in, and the moment they see you, the teacher kind of turns around and she kind of sees Mr. Dunbar, and she's like smiling and yeah, and turns to the children, and they all start to like sing like a children's song. And Mr. Dunbar just smiles, passes by, says, Teresa, wonderful, good song. But once we're inside, please quiet down the kids a bit and make sure that these gentlemen are not disturbed. They are here on duty on such a day. Yes. But I'm sure they will join our festivities later on. That would be fabulous. I'm looking forward. I have so many questions about new curricula in the city and about what the recent... Yes, Teresa, just calm down. Let the men do their work. And women, I do apologize, Miss Rose. A female agent.
Nice.
Oh, my dear. Yes, if Miss Rose, if you would have a moment afterwards, I would gladly be talking to. I don't want to interfere. I'm so sorry. And she's flabbergasted by seeing you.
It's quite alright, my dear. I kind of lean down a little bit to her. I mean, if you're interested in pursuing work in this kind of field, I'm always happy to see young girls trying to pursue a more forward career. So, do you want any? I mean, if you're interested in these kinds of things, definitely keep at it. Teresa, was it?
Yes. So kind. Mikey, stop that! I'm sorry. I need to do with the children. I'll make sure they're not disturbing you. And she kind of quickly huddles off while 2 kids are fighting in the background.
While we are around a lot of the kids, were there any photographs of the missing children?
They're all kind of low lives, quote unquote. Low income families, not really. The reason that they're reported in the first place is already a big step. Maybe not too much happens around here. in these parts. And so he, Mr. Dunbar, opens the door. You can see a hallway and 2 doors on the left and a door to the end. And the wall itself in this hallway is plastered with like children paintings. Children paintings. And Mr. Dunbar kind of turns around. Teresa, first or second? First room. Thank you. And he kind of walks down the hallway to the end. And opens the door. And you come into a classroom that looks like a general classroom you would expect on a countryside. There's a blackboard. There is a couple of bookshelves in the back, tables for the children. The walls are plastered with posters and letters and signs or symbols for the letters and their like. There's a small cage with a rabbit in it. On the teacher's desk, there are about 4 to 5 leather journals. And they're yay thick, about like at least 3 inches thick. And Mr. Dunbar said, I hope that's all you need. We took the town's ledgers, and if there's anything else, again, if you want to ask any of the townspeople, feel free. I'm sure that none of them will object to having a pleasant conversation with any of you. Such pleasant people.
Well, yeah, certainly. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And he kind of goes out the door and then kind of about to close it and then opens it again. And if there's anything you need, just please call out. We'll have anything brought in here, whatever you want.
Well, thank you very much. And Levi goes straight towards the book and starts looking, see if he can make head nor tail of it.
Sure. Good. So while you
As Mr. Dunbar leaves, I'm gonna let him leave for a bit, and then I'm gonna run after him to kind of catch him in the hallway. Mr. Dunbar, I actually have a question for you that, I mean, we are census agent, and maybe you can already figure out while we're here. We have been noticing that there's like this. I forgot to ask that earlier. This recurring number for your population. I just was wondering, have you been taking notice of that too?
Numbers? Well, it's around 300, I would guess, give or take a couple.
Well, it's exactly 321 every 10 years.
I wouldn't argue with a census agent there, would I? Well, if you say so. I haven't noticed that.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if that would catch your eyes before, but.
No. It's a small town. I would say on average, here and there somebody dies, here and there somebody is born. Not much happens. We don't have many visitors coming, so I would, nothing changes much.
Just a lucky accident, I suppose.
Exactly. And he kind of gives you like this grandfatherly like cheek tweak. And the door behind him kind of like opens up. Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Smith has again forgotten to bring in the barrels. Yeah. Excuse me, I have to deal with a couple of things. But if there's anything, just go outside and shout out. I'm sure anyone will be happy to help you. And
thank you very much. Yeah. See you around later.
He just waves back. Aiden, what about you? Where are you?
As Agent Rose is already going after Mr. Dunbar, I would turn to O'Nolan first and ask, can I help you with anything, or should I leave you to the study of these records?
I, if I do need a hand, I'll give you a call. If I was you and you want to find out some more information, that Teresa seemed quite helpful. Also, she'll probably know, what's happening with the kids. How come they're having exactly the right number of kids to produce the number 321? That's all I can suggest.
All right. Got the feeling Miss Rose would be better for this job, as she was already intrigued by her. I would follow up on some other idea I have, so I'll be around. If I can assist you with anything, just say so. And I would look for someone, not Mr. Dunbar, to help me with something and call out, as said before.
Okay. So you're leaving the school then? Okay. Let's do quickly an assessment here. Levi, how good is your accounting truly, though? Let's see how well you're up to the task.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to leave it at that, or do you want to spend luck?
Oh yeah, I'll spend 3 points of luck.
Okay. Then roll me a d4 plus 4 minus a d3 plus 1.
D4. Oh right, sorry.
Yeah, it's a bit,
Right. Okay.
I can do it in parts, but if you type it in 1d4,
So
1d4 plus 4 minus 1d3 plus 1.
1d4 plus 4. 1d4
1d3
plus 1.
1d3 plus 1.
Oh, 1d3. Sorry.
It's okay. While you do the accounting, Aiden, you leave the room and you probably bump into Charlotte in the room up ahead. Do you want to say something together, or?
Are you leaving?
I trying to get more information. Mr. O'Nolan said he has no work for me right now. Can I assist you with something?
By the way, when I mentioned the number of population, did I get the vibe that Mr. Denver was really clueless about it, or was he aware of this number?
It seems like he give me you did a psychology roll, right? No, you did not.
No, I didn't.
Let's do it retroactively. See how much you notice. Yeah, he seemed totally surprised by this. Coincidence? Oh,
Okay.
yeah, must be.
Well, I did the thing we had talked about. Just mentioned the number to him, and he seemed to be genuinely surprised, but about the regular appearance of it. But I mean, maybe keeping an eye on him couldn't be. I mean, could be worthwhile.
Certainly, if I see him, I will do that also. And I will lean in a bit, but looking away from you, so I can't look you in the eye when I come closer, but I will lean in a bit, so nobody can overhear us, and will say,
You're in the hallway by yourself.
Oh.
Well, the two of you.
Yeah, but someone could be around the corner or something, so I'm not sure.
Straight hallway.
Oh, all right.
Front door closed, nobody there. Children painting all around you. Door at the end where O'Nolan is. There's a second door closer to you, but you can open up. There's nobody. There's just a similar classroom at the end.
All right.
And you by yourself in the hallway with children paintings.
Then I would add, for your information, I got the feeling that Mr. Dunbar wouldn't be too happy if he would have been chosen as a blessed one. So it doesn't seem that favorable at all.
The whole situation was very creepy in general.
Exactly.
You kind of knew about these weird straw dolls, didn't you?
I knew general possible applications as they are written. I read a lot in various directions, so I came upon the topic of dolls in different practices a while ago, so coincidence on that part, but yeah, that's also something I'm not getting quite out of my head.
Because all this kind of blessing, it seems very Christian, but like these dolls you said is more like I don't know, like witchcraft kind of situation, right? So I don't really see how these fit together, so I'm just...
To be honest,
I don't
but
know.
what would you say about the blessing the priest gave earlier? Did it appear quite Christian to you?
No, I mean, it was just like basically like picking random people, but just the word blessing seems kind of... And he looked like kind of like a pastor, and I'm not really religious. I don't really know how these kind of things works, but I don't know. It just seems... It seems creepy. That's all I'm saying.
Definitely.
But I mean, my first instinct was these 4 people probably not gonna survive till tomorrow. Probably 4 people we are probably at the moment at 324. 25.
So, you think this festivity is to even
out
the
the numbers?
I thought they
Maybe.
are approaching that over children. Or possibly both, but all of this is speculation right now.
It is.
Are you going to follow up with your colleague, or do you have some spare time?
I mean, Nolan is normally pretty good, but I'm here as his assistant, so I'm gonna check in with him. And if he doesn't need me, I mean, I might as well have a look around. Do you need me for anything?
I'm not sure how far I will come with my approach, but I was thinking about getting something like chronic of families or the town. Maybe written, maybe in vocal, if you find someone who's willing to tell you. So we can probably check some of the numbers Agent O'Nolan finds and get a better idea of everything, really. Yeah, also I have another approach I want to check on.
That would be.
To be honest, I want to try. I'm not sure if this even is a realistic thought, but I wanted to look for a post office or something like that if they have a typewriter and file a report for our investigation.
Okay.
At least that's my idea.
Okay.
Seems good.
While you discuss
Be
this-
careful. Just in case.
While discuss this, both of you can roll a spot hidden, and we quickly switch to Jordan outside, who's walking to his breakfast table, and you are harassed. You being well fed, you being, eagerly looked after.
Yeah, he would keep this short. He would grab something to eat on the go. He has some investigating to do here.
Sure. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
First thing, you would want to approach the big stone slab that that was the thing that
Yes.
the priest also used earlier as a podium or as a stage or
Yep,
something, right?
that is correct.
Let's have a look at that thing. So
Might
let's
sound
you
reasonable.
can just wander up to that, right?
Yeah.
And have a look. Was it so has that thing been here yesterday? Or have
It
they
has
dragged
been.
us in?
It has been yesterday. The fact is, though, it looked rather, maybe it didn't point. It was standing out that much because it just looked like a brick concrete thing in the way. But yeah,
So what does it look like now? Is it
it
just
looks,
like is it literally just a big rock?
It does look like a big rock as you come closer. Well, I don't think that's a full thing, but you can give me a spot hidden, an archaeology, or an architect roll.
Right.
I believe you're going for the
big
spot hidden.
rock. Good. I believe so as well, yes. That's a success.
Success, wonderful. As you kind of look around this, the dimensions of this piece of rock remind you rather of a tomb than of a pedestal or anything else. And as you look around, you do find an inscription on it. And the inscription reads as follows. And I made you the handout, which will read. Jesus, sorry. I just need to coordinate myself here for a second. Which reads:
It's hard to read.
Hic situs est curtis meriverta Salvator parva fluvius requiescet in pace et oppidum nostrum semper teutao MDCC XXVI.
Right, so someone has scribbled foreign onto this rock. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, your intelligence would tell you that it is probably Latin. You've seen those around Boston in the graveyards, but what it means is a bit hard to say. Now,
fair enough.
yeah.
Right.
So you see this, and you can see that it's well harassed for, or well maintained for. The only thing that is kind of sticking out is that it's overcompensating by flowers and arrangements. There's no symbol, no other symbols or pictures or anything, but just flower arrangements and like overcast by anything.
The priest earlier had taken like envelopes out of his box, right? And then opened the envelopes. Did he take all of this with him again, or did he leave
Yes, he
behind the envelopes or the?
No, he did. He took everything.
That would have been so easy. Right. I turned to like one of the maidens there, asking like, so this whole blessing thing that happens every year.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it's an honor to be chosen, to be part of our festival, of our a celebration of the town and of all our workings together. I mean, without any of us, this town wouldn't exist. Without our Lord and Savior, we would perish amongst all of this chaos around us.
Right. And it's always 4 that get picked?
Yes.
Chosen? Blessed?
Of course. It's always been 4. Do you want to roll psychology?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
It seems like you had an actually inquiry about this, so... Yeah, it's always been 4. It's always been 4.
It's always been 4, obviously. Yeah. That's not an odd number.
Yeah.
No, it's an even number. Even.
And,
yeah.
Yeah,
no, that's... Okay. Guess that's it. Like, Jordan scans around the festivities and tries to get a look on the like 4 chosen ones, blessed ones. They're still like being celebrated there, right?
They
wandered
are
off?
movie stars right now.
All right. Is there any, like, just looking at them, is there anything that they have in common?
I mean, one of them
other than being celebrated.
You would guess late 20s. The other one is late 40s. All within between like 20s to 50s.
Right.
They're like any other farm town people here.
Perfect. Then the next thing that John would like to do, and I assume this will take a bit of time here, or a bit of patience, is waiting to catch one of them, like, for a conversation. So, like, if any of them ever, like, yeah, jerks their celebratory fans there.
Cool.
Preferably the youngest one.
Well, yeah. Roll a luck roll for this. And in the meantime, we go back to Aiden. You've been over the books. You browse through them back and forth. You estimate, on average, probably 4 hours until you get like a good estimate, until you can get like proper verification based on the books. It is written in a small font, handwritten. Some of it is not really that legible. 4 hours at least to do the last census, including last census, I mean like the last 4 census that you are interested in. But yeah, it's handwritten, it's detailing birth, death, it records, the population in a sense, and you can see kind of the tally that has been made every couple of years or so, or every year, where they just write up a total number, and that's it.
And it does make sense, that the 3, 2, 1.
Well, as you look at it, so over the period of time in between census, it rises to 330, it drops to 290, and then at the census it comes back to 321.
Which would, so yeah. I think Levi as well will probably look. He'll see that, and he'll probably look specifically at the years as well of the missing children in Hampshire County. and see if there's any tally with anything that he can figure out with that. But if it all makes sense, then it all makes sense, I suppose.
Okay, I'll leave you to kind of mumble over this for a second. At that point, Charlotte, you come into the classroom for a second to look upon him and check how he's doing. So you briefly enter.
So, what is your first evaluation?
It does sort of make sense. But I'd like you to have a quick look over it.
Sure.
But yeah, it just seems to always come at 3 to 1 at the time of the census.
Charlotte, you roll for spot hidden with advantage. And meanwhile, while you do that, outside in the hallway, Aiden, you're about to say goodbye when there's something catching your eye. One of these images of these children paintings start to sway in the wind. Maybe it's just the gust of the wind of Charlotte opening the door downstairs, or maybe one of the windows is not fully closed. And there's something odd about it. You can't place your finger on it. Roll a power roll here. Ooh. Beautiful, beautiful. Well, depends on how you see this, but you see those children's painting. They're all kind of various depiction of town's life. There's a depiction of people on the fields and whatnot. But the one painting that kind of struck your attention seems a bit different. And you approach it and you can see it's like a tree a green tree surrounding by people who are dancing around it. And there's just like this, buildings on the edges, very crudely childish drawn. There's sunlight above. And you come closer and there's just something weird about it. And it takes you a second when you realize the moment the paper shakes, the color of the leaves dissipates. The tree itself turns into just the rotten remains of the stem. Branches are empty, bare. Suddenly it catches fire. And something else catches fire as the tree burns. You can see ropes appearing. People are hung on 2 or 3 branches. The people around it start to move, celebrate in joyful bliss, like a comic. They dance. Suddenly there's a gust of mist, of red mist, kind of sprays over it. All of the people around it are covered in this red, beautiful mist. And that's when you feel like this triple in your face. And what is that? And look at your hand, and there's a bit of blood in your face. Roll for sanity.
I would instinctively check if it's from my nose or something.
Whew. That is a critical failure. That means you take 6 points of sanity loss. Straight out of the bat. And I think we're going to resolve this after the break as you just stare at this image, you realize there's blood. And as you look back at the image, these figurines turn in the image, the ones that are being hung, They look at you. They're bleeding out. Suddenly there's a burst of fire and the whole picture goes up in flames. And that's where we're going to do a short little break. Thank you everyone for watching. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. And welcome back to the Illusion Horror and Con presents Welcome to Little Creek, episode 2, where we find our investigators in a rather peculiar festival erratum, which happens in Little Creek, and serendipitously, they manage to just crush the party, it seems. While Jordan Baker is currently outside looking at a Latin inscription on a tomb, Aiden has some trouble looking at children's finger painting. Maybe it's just their abstract art that is disturbing him a bit. But Levi is brooding over the books, and yeah, it does seem like everything seems in order, although there's some inconsistencies. However, Charlotte, you go over and you take a closer look. First, you take a moment and you can confer his findings. Yes, they are consistent, they are varying over the years, but somehow they come up to 321 at the year of the census. Deaths, births, yep, works out. Seems legit. But there's a bit to it, and you kind of look through it. You go back this year, the year before that. Something is bothering you. And you take a closer look, and that's when you realize the entry is about 15 years ago, allegedly 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and this year's. They seem to be all roughly made in a very similar penmanship. Not only in a similar, no, in the exact same penmanship. On top of that, it's almost as if the same ink was used over the time span of more than 20 years. So either they had a very good supply of ink, or somebody wrote these in old journals, empty journals, within the last year.
O'Nolan, is it just me, but the ink, like if you look the last couple of years, that this looks to be looks pretty much on the same level, like pretty fresh to me.
You would expect fading,
Right?
you would expect bleaching, you would all kinds of things, but it's very consistent penmanship and ink throughout.
Levi looks over it, and it's
And you can now you can confirm this, and you're like, Jesus, I should have seen that before.
Levi's somewhat annoyed with himself.
Is
probably
that
just
a sanity loss for you?
It's possible, yeah. Levi is just, going like, well, I'm not I don't have your larcenous tendencies, Miss Rose, so I wouldn't notice things like this. And starts, I suppose what Levi then would probably start doing is trying to see what it's trying to hide, if he can figure that out.
Give me an intelligence roll.
Whether an
I think I know what you're going for. But please, what are you looking for exactly?
I'm looking at where the numbers have been altered and at what point they've been altered.
Okay.
What I can infer from that they're trying to hide. Sort of working backwards from it.
With a hard success in intelligence, considering also the missing children that you wanted to include in this, it does seem like the number drops in the years prior children go missing. It goes up to the number that it's required to, and then a couple of years later the number increases. You would guess when they're of age to bear children, either or, if they're women. And you
Would I also
yeah?
would I also be able to sort of factor in? Of course, nobody's told me that it's 4 every year that are blessed.
Supposedly, no, nobody has told that. Well, you know that 4 have been blessed this year.
So I wonder whether or not it also suggests that they're replacing the people that are blessed, or I wouldn't.
No, there's no consistency towards that. The only thing you can make out based on the evidence and the data you have at hand is that most likely they're trying to mask the fact that they're bringing in people into town, and looking more closely, suddenly like a household adopts 2 people, but then a new household is created. So how is this new household created if there's no immigration into town, right?
Right. Okay. I'll subtly point that out to Miss Rose, and just say that looks rather worrying in terms of kidnapping.
So, just to clarify, it's basically the last names and then the numbers of people in that family behind that from like the last years?
It seems like these ledgers, and that's probably also the weird thing about this that might have not struck Levi initially, but that struck you, Charlie, is that they have maintained records on the proper way the census is taken this year in 1920 versus how it was taken back in 1890, for example, where you would expect a family name, the number of people in the household, and that's it. But it actually lists everyone.
Can I
look?
Oh.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you carry on. Well, I was just going to try and find out whether or not we could come up with a name of a possible kidnappee.
I was gonna look for Teresa. The name Teresa.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. You find numerous Teresas, but you find. Yeah, give me a luck roll. Let's see if you find the right one here.
Success.
And about 18 years ago, not 18, sorry, about 15 years ago, you find a Teresa Delakeith popping up. The last name is different, but the first name is the same. And she pops up basically out of nowhere. If you wouldn't have looked for this inconsistency in like year to year variation, age and whatnot, you might have not seen this clearly.
I'm pulling out the list of missing names that we made.
Yep.
Just pointing at the name, at the number of the missing person in 91. Teresa.
Forthright.
Russell.
In Russell. She was abducted in Russell.
Oh. Oh, that's the city name.
Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, that could be the girl.
Hmm. How old would she have been when she was kidnapped? Would she remember anything as
The way you've looked
to
outside,
what
she was like in her early 20s.
she would have been 5 or 4 or something like that?
Give or take.
I mean that,
Or maybe a
and
little older.
and the ages of the kids that were kidnapped were like between 5 and 10.
3 and
remember?
8.
Right. Could be a fit.
Hmm. I mean, if she was a little bit well, she may remember something, but I doubt it.
Can both of you roll for listen while you go over this?
Yeah.
You don't really want to hear. I mean, your mind is very focused. I presume both of your minds is very focused. Okay. So as you're discussing this probability, we're gonna switch to Jordan, who who is outside and who's just going over these Latin inscription. He's starting to talk to a couple of the pass-byers or celebrators. You're actually waiting for a couple of those, and it takes a while, but you had a success. So I'm gonna say Catherine Burke. You would say early 30s. At some point, she's kind of being carried up. You can hear her family being around her, and she just stops and, well, it's not as much as stops. She and her family pass by that memorial, give it a name, and all of them bow down, give a quick sign of the cross, and they get up. And, a couple of her friends start to go around her. The parents say, like, "Oh, I'm going to get you the better dress. Just let me prepare it. I'm going to wash it quickly before later. I'll be right back." And, the friends are around, but she's close by-ish so that you could interject
good
yourself.
enough. Yeah. Perfect. Then, I'll step up and get my hat again. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm not from around here. I'm a stranger in town, unfortunately, and I would have a couple of questions about your recent blessing. Congratulations for that, by the way.
Thank you so much. I didn't expect it myself. I mean, this is such an honor, and her friends are just like, "Oh, no, you deserved it. You totally deserved it. Absolutely."
I just immediately turned to the one to the apparently very chatty one that just praised her. Like, why did she deserve it? And then back to Catherine Burke. Why didn't you expect it? Apparently, you're a well-liked member of the community.
Give me a psychology roll or spot hidden, depending on what you choose. You get different answers.
I'll fall back on spot hidden.
Okay. You notice that the two women exchange glances, in a sense of like, look, and the friend, let's call her Emma, says, "Oh, she's always so nice and courteous, and of course she would have been blessed by the God, blessed by God and the prophet in order to represent us all. I mean, after all, what do you expect? one of us will be chosen, and I mean, Catherine here, she just showed herself to be such courteous over the years.
Well, that's great to hear. That's a good way of living one's life. Then, Catherine, how did your name actually end up in that box?
Oh.
Did you apply for this honor?
Well, I mean, everyone applies. I mean, everyone in the household over the age of 16 can be put into the election, and the patriarch of the society will have the honor to write our names. And I think it was my kiss on the envelope that gave it the extra bonus. Father allowed me to kiss the envelope, and I think that did the trick. But don't say it too loud. Maybe the others will want to know that as well.
Well, that'll probably be it. Well, I mean, why would it matter if they know? You've been already blessed, right? You probably want to share this knowledge with all the rest so that all of them could be blessed. Or are you hoping to be drawn again next year?
I think now you need to roll for psychology, because that will determine a bit of feedback.
That's a fail.
Do you want to push it? Do you want to spend luck?
Yeah, I was just thinking, actually, I might as well spend the 11 points of luck to make this a success.
Okay. Yeah, you can.
I'll spend the luck.
You can see she gets visibly uncomfortable to the extent of upset. And there's just like this moment of like fright, but then she seems relieved. And she's like, no. You're right. I should tell them. Maybe that's what it does. I mean, do you think that Father Duncan maybe smelled my perfume? Oh my God! Could we truly? We don't want to. But no, this needs to be an unbiased and truly religious event. And when she says Father Duncan and religion or religious event, you can see her getting on top of that a bit uncomfortable, as if like there's something about either that makes her like twerk for a second.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Jordan would lean in a bit conspiratorially and lower his voice and like, I happen to be a private investigator. If you want, I could ask Father Duncan whether he smelled your perfume.
Oh my dear, no. I don't want to. No, I couldn't. No. Please don't. This would be most unseemingly. What if you? No.
Well, I would be fairly clandestine about it.
She seems more upset or uncomfortable with the idea of you talking to Father Duncan. Like, she's not really comfortable with him at all.
That's even better. Then actually, like, Jordan takes a step back and straightens up again. Well, I mean, I would probably, then there's probably no reason for me to figure this out any further. Do you know, will the father like hold some kind of like sermon by the evening?
Oh yes, he will speak to us in the town hall.
I mean, will you be there as in a special role? Will you also be like required to say a couple words? I would be curious to hear. Like,
I mean, I haven't given it a thought. Maybe I will say something. I don't know. It came also surprising. I didn't expect this.
Alright. Yeah, I think I pretty much got out just what I wanted.
Okay.
No. Yeah. Good. Happily, like, let her go. Okay.
Give me a
Congratulations again, and may the chaos be with you, or whatever it was.
praise be. Yeah. Give me a listen roll while she parts.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. It just goes over in the commotion.
Yeah. So that last bit, like, was only half a joke. So Jordan would like intentionally mess up a facsimile of the prayer that they said earlier, or the blessing that they said earlier,
Okay.
in hopes to like get corrected by her.
Oh yeah.
Like,
She would correct you immediately.
that is the opportunity then to ask. Oh, what is it? What does that mean? What's the whatever the thing was?
We are the union of the Tenebrous Divine. We've always been. I mean, of the wholesomeness of. I can't believe. Aren't you educated in the school?
Unfortunately, my education may lie a couple years back, and it was I tried to get into the School of Life, but they didn't accept me.
Well, that's why we have Father Duncan, who explains us these things and makes sure that we understand. The Tenebrous Divine is the unknown divinity that we are about to experience, the divinity that is held away from us, that is not revealed to us until we have celebrated our Lord and Savior and his prophet as well. It's a unious celebration of us all as a congregation.
I see. Well, that is a higher calling on Earth, but quite poetic. Like, Joe doesn't really know what to say about this, so they just say something very surface level, and then excuse himself out of the conversation.
Okay. Are you gonna stay there, or are you gonna head somewhere specific?
It depends a little bit on how long this took. So John's next step would be actually to talk to the priest, but I would assume that someone else also would want to join us if he had like been waiting around for a while, and the others have also like.
Okay, so you want to go
been
north,
doing their thing. So
yeah.
John would look around if his colleagues have like finished with whatever they're doing. Or
Well, let's finally go back to Aiden. Aiden, roll for intelligence and let's see how well you understand what you're doing. What are you seeing in front of you? Oh, you understand. You understand wholeheartedly. You truly understand what is happening in front of you. I hope I have it here. You can roll me a D100. Jesus, where did I put this?
All right.
And I. No, it's here.
Oh, 3.
43. Just a second. 43. Okay. You develop a fetish. And this can be a fetish to something you already have on you. It can be something that you're seeking, or it can be something that you are eager to get. It is something that you now need as a place of solitude, as a place of calm. Do you have something on you that would represent this?
If cigarettes would be possible, I would have them on me.
Okay. If you want to have a fetish for cigarettes, that is certainly fine.
Alright.
I mean, the burning and the fire that you saw the paper go up in might be fine. Maybe it's the idea that it's lighting up paper. In the meantime, Rose, you go over this, and at some point you just probably hear only like a yelp from the hallway.
Did you hear that?
I think I did.
I'm gonna go to the door. Just look outside.
Yeah, you look outside and you can see Aiden standing in front of this wall, looking at a empty space on the wall and frantically smoking cigarettes.
Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, Agent Rose.
I think a school is definitely not an appropriate place to be chain smoking.
You're right. I wasn't thoughts. I guess I would smoke outside. I also wanted to tend to things, so sorry. And a little off in his behavior, a little in thought, he will go outside, maybe missing the door by one, and then like, oh no, that's not the right door, to the outside, and taking the other one and leaving.
I'm turning to O'Nolan. I'm a little bit worried about our younger companion. He seems very confused.
Has he had another funny turn?
I don't know. He seems very out of place, and he just spoke. And he told me he had a plan, and he was just still standing there, staring at the wall, smoking.
Oh. That's a shame. He seemed fairly reliable. Okay, let's see. Well, we figured this out. So O'Nolan goes out to see what's up with Aiden.
I will talk to the young lady Teresa, and she seemed to be very interested in me, so maybe I can find something out from her. Please have a look. I'm concerned.
You're far better at this sort of thing than me. So and Levi just sort of taps Hamilton on the shoulder and just sort of probably unhelpfully just sort of starts looking. And whether, are both the eyes focused in the same space, or are they going up and down, or something like that?
If you come from behind, I will like, Agent O'Nolan, yeah. Hello, can I help you with something?
I'm just wondering.
And still smoking. Right. And sorry, what?
I'm just. Levi will lean in uncomfortably closely and start going like, "Are you okay? Are you?"
A very close talker, is he now?
Yes.
Aiden will be a bit taken aback by that and will try to get a step between both of us. I'm really not sure how I are right now. I'm confused at the very least.
What was it that upset you in the first place? I mean,
Everything was alright, and I had those what I called a dream earlier, and just down the hall something similar, and I'm not sure why I'm seeing such disturbing pictures and close to occult rites. I'm not sure what I'm even seeing and why. And why I'm. And he will take another nervous breathe on a cigarette to calm his energy.
So, when you say occult rites, you saw them where?
That's the thing. I'm sure I didn't see anything in. I mean, nothing real, because we were driving and you didn't see anything, and just now that there was just this picture. I can't even explain what, but everything seemed also real, and I saw these. These dancing figures and this fire and hanging people and on a tree as they were dancing around it. It looked like some sort of ungodly celebration. So witchcraft, sorcery, occult, this is what comes to mind then. But I wouldn't even know where I saw something like that to have picked even the thought of it up. I really don't know where it comes from. It's just disturbing, and I have no clue what caused this to me. I'm really sorry if I'm bothered to your whole investigation like this. I'm trying to get a hold of myself.
Well, you got all of this from looking. I mean, what was it? Was it those children's pictures that?
There was one picture in particular. It looked quite calm at the beginning, but while I looked at it, everything, even reality, kind of changed for a moment, and then there was nothing. No picture again, and yeah, just these disturbing images in my head.
Levi will probably be interested in going back and looking at the picture.
Absolutely.
See whether or not does it look like just a normal children's picture or something like that? Or
give me a spot hidden check.
there we are.
And give me a power roll. Meanwhile, Charlotte, what are you doing?
I would leave the school and in front of the entrance. I would look for the young woman that introduced herself as Teresa.
Okay. Give me a luck roll as you leave. Meanwhile, Levi, you go back in the hallway. You look at these paintings. They're all, yeah, again, mixed between farm life, between pictures of families, you would guess, and children painting. A couple of them portray a single face, all a common theme, but since they're children paintings, there's not clearly like an idea of what they're using as a reference. It looks like a very handsome guy with a kind of goatee and an upper lip mustache, neatly trimmed to the sides. Yeah, you would guess by the beards. It's a bit out of fashion, a bit too old, but yeah, it's kind of all within there. And you walk down the hallway and looking over the portraits or paintings when you just overcome with this feeling of being looked at. And you turn around and you look down the hallway just a couple of paintings back. You could swear that one painting, like the eyes, were facing the other direction. Now they're facing you. And so do on the other side. All of the paintings are facing you. All of the eyes are... You turn around almost frantically. Every single painting, every eye that is placed in here is facing you. Roll for sanity.
Oh, thank God for
Yeah,
that.
it's pure 1 point of sanity loss. It's purely a trick of the mind. It's make believe. Whatever you think it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, right? They've been like this. You've freaked yourself out, and that's what happens.
Levi strides out, possibly quite quickly, goes up to Hamilton and just goes, "Give me one of those cigarettes."
Sure. And I hand you one
Thank
and
you.
light it for you.
I don't know. There's some very messed up kids if those are their paintings. It's just creepy. It's very, very creepy.
And I think
Possibly in a town of very messed up people, if we take what we saw earlier as a reference.
I don't want to interfere too much as a GM, but I think that's a good moment for Jordan to kind of not creep up, but walk to the others and notice that they are outside of the school.
There you are. How did it go?
Yes, it's very, very creepy. In every respect. With
That your official census opinion?
it looks like they're acquiring individuals. Let's put it that way, and that tallies with what we found in the newspaper.
Jordan has a quick look around just to make sure that no one's like standing there listening in. It's like, once again, that's quite the accusation to throw around.
Actually, give me a spot hidden.
Sure.
Okay.
Success.
You do see Charlotte kind of in front of the building, a bit offside to the other two. She seems to be looking for someone, asking a couple of children. And as she's kind of just talking to a couple of children, you realize there's a man behind her. And he's putting his hand on her shoulder. And like then somebody is passing in front of you and the man just disappears. Charlotte, roll for power. There's just a
Success.
cold sensation that runs down your spine for a brief moment. Like somebody, brushed past you. You probably turn around as you talk to the children. Jordan, that's the moment when you see her kind of perking up.
Jordan rubs his eyes. Can't see my hand in front of my face with you two smoking up a barbecue here. Gives like Jordan a short wave. Clearly has been wrong. Must have imagined it. Right. So is your official business satisfied, or because if there is some kind of connection to a missing persons case, that'll be like a reason to alert the authorities, right? At least if we have any concrete evidence. Do your numbers count as concrete evidence, Mr. O'Nolan?
Circumstantial.
I mean, these people here clearly are a bit odd. They're wearing it on their sleeves, but having a strange religion and living a bit off the grid is not exactly a crime so far.
No.
I wanted to head over to the church and talk to the priests about their strange habits here, but if you say they might you think they might actually be abducting children, that might be a bit more of a concern, or might require a couple more pointed questions.
Or we might be able to get some idea of what precisely their religion entails.
Speaking of that, Mr. Hamilton, you look like you had an expensive education, right? There's something that I might want your opinion on. The big rock that they have there in the marketplace.
Mm-hmm.
There's some text on it. Looks to an uneducated man like me like Latin. Do you happen to like?
Yes. I hope I can help with that. I would certainly try. Also, I want to use that opportunity to tell you that I earlier got the impression that Mr. Dunbar would not want to be one of the blessed ones, and certainly did not enroll this year for this title. If that is of importance to you.
I talked a bit with the current blessed ones, and it seems to be a bit of a, pardon the expression, mixed blessing overall. They seemed like hesitant about the whole thing. Well, very happy and celebrational about it, but
they seem to be hesitant about something.
Yep.
And you got the clear distinction that the hesitation was, at least for Catherine, some sort of hesitation towards the priest. To Father Duncan. Just make this clear.
No. Yep. Thanks.
You
Right.
all. Sorry.
Please. No, go ahead.
Could you also talk to someone who was blessed in earlier years?
I mean, I assume.
I mean,
it is
there
legal
should
to do
plenty
so.
of people. So, have you found someone?
I haven't asked around for that, but seems feasible. Sure. I mean, pretty much everyone is right outside there, right? I guess if we just ask loud enough, we should be able to find someone. Yeah.
All right.
Everything
Then-
said.
I can look at the Latin inscription.
Good.
I'll be glad to do that.
Which is not too far. It's just around the corner. And yeah, you can walk up there.
I have my little Latin English book with me at all times, so
You will get
should be
you will get the advantage.
feasible.
So yeah, roll for Latin. You can have your advantage. So it's not too hard after all. I mean, you look at it; it's all script, but it translates roughly into "Here lies Curtis Merriweather, Savior of Little Creek. May he rest in peace, and always protect our town." 1726.
Down in my notebook and get back to the others if they're still around to tell them about this information.
Jordan would have come with you.
Or this way around, yeah.
Well,
What
that
was
was a-
the time? Sorry,
1726.
thank you.
MDCCXXVI. So
Alright, yeah.
speak Roman. But yeah, 1726. And what about you?
Xavier, what
Yeah.
what do you think about the title, Mr. Baker?
Well, this was a lot less mysterious than I thought. Must have been one of the founders of the town, I assume. Maybe some kind of religious pilgrim trying to settle here, building a better life for his community, something like that. Well,
Yeah, I wanted to check if I can find some kind of chronic. So maybe we will learn more about that too then.
adding to or continuing with what you asked earlier, Jordan would ask passers-by if they can point him to someone who had been blessed the year before.
They'll kind of look at you confused and just like, hey, the past is the past. We need to look up to the blessed now. And just walk their way.
Yeah, but alright. Yeah, he would try this 3 or 4 times before
Similar
returning.
responses, differently phrased.
And then at some point returning. They seem to be. No one seems to want to remember who has been chosen last year. Maybe we can actually, pointing back to the church, have a look around. Maybe they have a chronicle of that, or some kind of big blessed book or something.
Of course, why not? Why would the church lie? Levi and Rose, you're with them, or you already on your way towards somewhere else?
I think we'll probably all go together if we go to the church,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Sure.
I assume I didn't find Teresa.
No.
So after asking around a little bit, I would have joined the others. They decide to go to the church. I probably join as well.
So collectively, you walk up north of the town square. There's, town square narrows down a bit, a couple of buildings, but there's a bit of leeway here. And it leads up to the next kind of northern part of town. Not many buildings are around here. The church itself is raised on a small hill. You've seen it from afar, driving close to town. Maybe not clearly, but now it clearly is in your point of view. It's an old Masonic building. Masonry and beautiful white marble. Towers looming to either side, and thanks to my artist, which you can find in the scenario being published this Saturday, will be available to anybody who reads it. But yes, for my players, you have access to it on the right hand side of the dashboard. And as you see the church looming kind of almost ominously over the town, there's this kind of feeling of, well, I guess it's best said dread. It's just some weird feeling that rushes over you. To your left, you pass by this kind of spot, and you wouldn't have noticed it unless you would have thought, why is there a smell of burned ash, burned wood? And to your left, you see this patch. It's about 5 meters in diameter. There's a single burned remnants of a tree where only a couple of branches are still existing, but the ground is charred. It's broken up like it's never seen rain for years. And there's just this emanating smell of charcoal. And looking to the left, looking to the right, it's kind of in a clear side of view of the church. There's something just weird about this patch of ash in front of this white building of white masonry standing, looming over this little town. It's actually quite impressive, the size of it. You would say easily holds 150, 200 people. No trouble.
Are there any anything that catches my eye from the building of the church that would indicate any kind of religious or other culturally influences where it might have drawn its origin from?
Architecture, history, or a spot hidden. Either will reveal certain things.
Architecture. No, I don't have that. Okay, let's go with spot hidden then. I will spend 2 luck to make that a success. That's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. You do see a slight kind of indentation where maybe once there was a cross on top of the church, but it's been removed over the years. This decoloration of the white marble kind of still indicates there was something before.
Okay. Reused.
What about the others?
I have a question. What weekday is it?
Now it's a Tuesday morning, midday actually.
Alright. Is there any sign, like outside there, is there any sign of the priest?
Not outside. No,
Okay.
they're just a path leading up. You can see beautiful rose gardens around it. Green grass and everything.
How about the graveyard? Any signs of that?
Not that you can see from where you're standing.
Right. Oh, let's approach and look for one. Well, actually, I tell the others. I'll have a quick walk around.
Okay. Aiden, Levi.
I would want to ask, does that tree remind me of some particular tree I might have seen a short while ago?
It does. It does indeed.
Then during the approach, when he recognizes the tree, he would instantly walk a few steps back at first, and then as a second action, he would search for his cigarettes and start smoking, and would instantly have the nervous energy back he had when he got out of the hallway, and would get really. He would try to avoid looking or going near to the tree.
Okay.
Or looking directly at it, so he would try to look at the church, at the colleagues and everything, but where possible, not at a tree.
What about Levi?
If there isn't a cemetery, I think Levi will walk up to the front door, I suppose.
Okay. Yeah. Jordan and Levi and whoever follows, you'll recognize there is no cemetery, no graveyard whatsoever.
Well, that'll probably just be outside of town somewhere then. That's not that weird.
Could be.
Or could be something weird.
Yeah.
Shall we knock?
Mhm.
Actually, it's a church. I'll just try to.
It is a
Walk
church, indeed. You open the door and massive stone doors up front. Come inside and you can see the pews here would easily seat about 100 people, 50 either side, maybe a couple more upstairs. There's a small kind of balcony above you. To the end you can see an altar. There's also a door to the left leading to probably like the priest's chambers.
At the entrance door, the kind of like the portal into the church, was there like an inscription or anything to
No.
tell us what denomination this is?
No.
Right.
Are there any inscriptions on the inside in the hall?
Not really. There's as you go inside it seems very sterile almost. Clean. Like it was built yesterday.
Any art? Any icons?
There are a couple of pictures, iconography, oh, Jesus Christ. Indeed.
Iconography.
Iconography. On the walls, various passages and parts of the Bible.
Are there any actual crosses?
There's one at the above the altar on the other side. However, there's no Jesus on it. And the other thing is, if you just look at it from the distance, it just seems much darker, like charred almost. The cross itself, the wood.
That doesn't seem foreboding at all.
It's all perfectly normal, actually.
I assume the father and his altar boy are not in this chapel here.
They're
with
not in a
us?
main chapel, no. And as you enter, you can look around, and it's kind of what you think a church would be. The windows are coloured and intricately carved. There's certainly some craftsmanship that went into this. You can.
Are there any are there any texts to be found, like the big Bible on the altar, or like a psalm book
Yeah,
for songs, or
there are Bibles at the entry. There's a big book on the front altar. And
does that say the name of the church? Does that have an inscription or a plaque or something that tells us what this community calls their church?
You pick it up, the Holy Word.
Mm-hmm. Simple and straightforward. What's not to like?
Yeah, indeed. No fussing around. Pretty easy.
I could get into that. All right. Yeah, but I can't give the others a look so far. Looks like a church.
Let's
You
find
can
the father.
You can also roll for spot hidden check here.
Okay.
That actually works out perfectly. Levi, as you walk down the pews, the center aisle, walking towards the altar, you see these wooden carvings on the side of the church walls. Here and there you recognize passages of the Bible, passages of religious acts. But you stop for a second here and there. Something doesn't add up. You continue until you reach almost the front. It's kind of the Passion of Christ, but it's been slightly altered. There's... You would say, with your hard spot hidden, it seems very obvious that there's another person been added to the fellowship, to the congregation of Christ, to the congregation of the Lord. And as you look at it, it's a man with a nice upper lip moustache, a goatee, very kind of running down in the center. And it reminds you strongly of the images of the children that you saw in the school.
Is this... I mean, the goateed man, what's he doing in... I take it that if these are the stations of the cross.
Yeah, it seems like he's always in there, within the kind of movement, and either he has replaced another apostle, or he has been added kind of in the background as being present into it. He doesn't take too much of an active part, but more like a continuous effort to be represented in all of them.
And he's just standing there in the background. Right. Pointed out to Mr. Hamilton. See if he also gets the connection.
Indeed, that's
Yeah, you-
interesting.
You pointed out
Um,
and you get it.
What do you think, Agent O'Nolan? Could this be the so-called Savior Meriwether? So they added their own savior of the town to the story, possibly.
Goatee moustache seems sort of 18th century, I suppose.
So could from the numbers it could add up. So it isn't possibility, but maybe the father can tell us more about the history in general of this church. I would be really intrigued to know more. Sorry to bring this up now, but I've told you about this tree I saw, which
Was on fire.
yes, and in this, I don't know, ritual, whatever it was, I recognized the tree outside to be exactly the one I saw. But I haven't, I wasn't here beforehand, before I saw the picture or anything, so... And Aiden will run his hand through his neck in a nervous manner and just end the sentence, not sure how to end it. Just...
Well, fire does seem to be a bit of a motif here with the charred cross.
Could that be from the tree? But why?
Maybe Mr.
I mean, the tree
Meriwether, the
was
founder
charred.
of the church, saw a burning tree in the wilderness and took it as a sign to establish a community here.
Yes, but the
Could-
tree's
could be.
recently been burnt. I think.
That's a reenactment of the same event. They're having an annual festival. You can burn a tree a year just to celebrate the miraculous founding of your the sign of the Lord to show you where your community will bloom. I'm not saying these people don't are not shifty. I'm just saying that that's just a belief people can have, right? Rural towns have their founding myths.
True.
I mean, someone who might have the answers on that could be behind that tree. Behind that door.
And
Pointing towards the where the chambers of the...
well, and funny that you should say that, but the moment you point this out, the door opens, and Father Duncan, that I hope I showed you before, yes, comes outside. And he straightens his kind of jacket and collar. Look, who you found your way to the place of God. Well, I'm glad. You miss your worship this weekend, I presume.
You seem to mistake us for members of your flock, Father.
Oh no.
We
I don't judge anyone of their congregation, but it just seems to me that you... And he comes closer, and there's just like, almost like this kind of weird vibe that you get from him. And he comes closer and he says, it just seems like you are not the person that attends church regularly, are you?
What gave you that impression?
It's the small things that you pick up when you are guiding and organizing a small town in their way of life.
Well, city life keeps us busy. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
the obligations of faith are oftentimes the first one to falter in these circumstances.
Yes, the obligations of city and the continuous burn of looking for appreciation, of justification and verification. Yes, they are becoming more and more intriguing nowadays, don't they? The simple things in life, like family and worship to God, are just put aside and ignored because there's so many more pressing things to do, aren't there? Even a bit of health. And he kind of just looks down at Jordan's statue.
Well,
I must admit, I'm rather curious. What is the name of your denomination? I suppose is probably the best one.
The name of our denomination, I don't think it really matters.
Well, you made. I understand people made reference to the Union of Tenebris.
Well, you see, it's something that we found is giving us hope, giving us unison, giving us an idea of holding together. Could have been different words, could have been different things, but it's been always as it is, and I guess it's been always the Tenebris Divine.
What does Tenebris mean?
Well,
I mean,
it's the unknown. It's the divine that is unclear, that is only revealed to those who are appreciating and accepting their part in society, their faith into the role of God that has placed them here on this mighty earth. Isn't it?
Oh, right.
So it's kind of, you don't know what you're in for the ride until you find out, kind of deal?
Do you know what you're in for? Do you know even what you're in for in life? Now, I might be a bit forthright here, but may I ask what is your drive in life? What brings you pleasure? Do you even know, or do you just explore by mere instances, by elusive jogs, by whatever comes your way? He steps a bit closer to you.
I simply enjoy life at the moment. You know, if you don't live life to your fullest and enjoy every second of it, try out new things, then, you know, there's probably just gonna be regrets in the end. So I prefer to
My child, I
just don't hold back.
I did not want to intrude. You've lost someone dearly to you, didn't you? You've lost a parent, your mother? No, your father giving you guidance, yes. You've lost your father, didn't you? Early on, giving you not the idea in life that you should go to. You'll have lost your your way. You looked up to him, didn't you? Yes, I see this. I do apologize. You see, we here are very open. We like to help and support each other. We are here for another, not like in the city. And he kind of leaves you just like that, and just walks over to the others. We try to look out for another's person. We try to be there for them, and he kind of just peeks over to you, Charlotte. For you in times of needs, in times of when you need some shoulder to cry on. Yet I understand you must be confused. You are new to this county, to this area. Do I might understand what brought you here? Is there any particular reason?
I'd say it's curiosity that's driven us up here.
Curiosity, you see, my friend, that is always a good drive. And it shouldn't leave you. You've seen what curiosity brings to you as well, didn't it? It brought you devastation, it brought you decisions about life and death, didn't it?
That's what life usually entails, doesn't it? If you don't make the decisions, then it ends, and then
Of course,
it's not
but you
life anymore.
You were put in a situation which you shouldn't have, where somebody else made decisions for you to join something that you didn't really want to. Or did you? And he kind of comes close to your face and he just looks at you. You didn't really want to kill, to go to war. You look like a fit young man. You must have been there.
No one in their right mind wants to.
He kind of just leans.
But
he puts his hands on your shoulders, and just kind of like, he's not attempting to hug, but like, if you let him, he will hug you.
yeah, Joey was very stiff doing this, but like doesn't push him away.
He will hug you.
As you
It's
say,
okay.
it's
okay.
we have to look out for the society.
It's fine.
Play our role.
And he kind of, gives you a moment, and then gets away from you. I'm sorry. I intrude upon your lives in a means that is not fine for me at all. I shouldn't have been that forthright and straight. I barely listened to your concerns in the first place. I do apologize. And he walks over to Aiden. And he walks up to you. And he stops. And just nods.
Aiden will give him a nod.
And walks over to Levi. Sadness is a grave thing. It's hard to comprehend. It's difficult to deal with, and loneliness is not making it any better. But you see, that's where the communion, where the union of a society comes in, where we can all work together, isn't it? Where we can unburden ourselves, where we can talk to each other freely about our concerns, about our plight, about our issues, without judgment, without concern.
I know. Whatever floats your boat,
I know.
really. But to be, superstitions and religions, they're not really my kind of thing. I think we can do all right without them.
That's your
sorry.
opinion. It's fine.
Yeah.
He's
So kind of
yeah.
would have.
Please.
She would have kind of she would have kind of just stared ahead through all this conversation. There's just like a silent tear kind of rolling down one of her cheeks, and she kind of just whips it away, and I just kind of turns to him and says, "Who the fuck do you think you are, coming here and I don't know,
Coming here,
saying these
my dear child,
things?"
you come to me. You seek clearly for guidance. You seek for refuge. You seek for help.
I seek for answers. What the hell is going on here? I don't want your opinion on my
What
life.
is-
I want to know what's going on in this town.
Happiness. Happiness, wholesomeness, and support. That is what's going on. We are here for each other. We are here for one another. We don't judge. We don't blame. We support. We strive
And yet
upon
you-
each other's efforts.
And yet you celebrate the special ones.
The special ones, the blessed, are just a representation of those that we cannot fathom in a single word. They are those that we need to show our appreciation. You know how hard it is to pray for God, and he shows or points to the burned cross, and he says, it is, yes, it's difficult to pray to something that does not make sense, to make you doubt in the religion, yet doubt is important. But faith is what unites, and faith in a communion that knows that we can appreciate each other, when we can find a common point, when we can all be together. By choosing random people that we can give our appreciation to, isn't that something? We can all celebrate whatever we want, and we have somebody that gives us thanks, a direct thanks that, if it comes from God, it might be obscured, but hearing it from a person, from a faithful person, from a person that has understood the laws of God, that understood the words of the prophet, it becomes more clear, it becomes more direct. Everyone accepts
When
it.
you, I'm terribly sorry. You keep saying prophet. Most people usually would refer to Jesus or something
Yes,
like that.
him as
Are you-
well.
it's- him as well. Sort of.
No, that's, but yeah.
Sorry.
Oh yes, our prophet saved us. He showed us the way in the early years, and he guided us throughout. He gave us the idea that not as a single person you can survive. No, you need to have a communion. You need to be together. You need to be a unison. You need to be
This is
steadfast.
Curtis Merriweather.
Oh,
This is Curtis Merriweather.
you know of him?
No, well, we saw his headstone.
Oh, yes, of course you
I-
have. You must have. I mean, of course we are celebrating, after all, his endeavor, his torture, his
His torture.
sorry. That's just trying to translate it properly. His suffering. That's the right word. His suffering. And we're glad for him being there when this town needed him.
So what exactly? I mean, it says that he was the savior of the town. So what precisely happened? As in events, not in some sort of ideological mishmash.
A great evil invaded this town, and, well, Merryweather was there for us. He helped us to evade and to banish the evil that befallen this town. And we're glad and we're thankful for this, even years after that fact.
Is that where the burned tree comes in?
The tree itself, yes, it's well, it's a dark part of our history. I do have to admit, it's not our gravest and grandest moments that we share. It is a constant reminder of of the town sin that we've brought upon us. He just trails off.
Right.
I think
So-
this is a bunch of hot air and, like
Yeah.
they all are. You're great at your job. You're picture perfect religious leader. Congratulations.
There's no congratulations needed. It is in the faith of everyone that builds this community. I'm just guiding the way. Each and every one in this town does his part, their part in building this community. Don't you understand? This is what sets us apart from this constant struggle of survival in this city, of destruction that happens there.
Have you always lived in Little Creek, or?
I was born here, I was living here, and I will die here.
All right. Ah, right. Well, I mean, one thing that I am kind of curious about is what's with the extra person in the Stations of the Cross?
The what?
The murals. There seems to be an extra person there.
I don't understand what you're saying. I mean,
Well, there's
the prophet has been always there. He's been with us the whole life. He's been with us the whole eternity.
so you're not when you're referring to you're the fellow with the mustache and the goatee. You're calling him the prophet.
Yes, Merryweather was there with Jesus and the others. He's been there all his life.
Okay, cool. Got
But
it.
he's also the one buried in your town square?
It is a symbolic gesture, don't you understand? It is a representation. We could put up a cross, but isn't it much more sanctimonious to have a place of actual grievance, to have a place of offerings?
Mm.
You can ask for roles. You can decide.
I would, if possible, would have observed him during his speeches and everything and the interaction with the others, and would have wanted to look closely for any slips in his demeanor, anything he has mixed feeling about this, because as soon as he came in, I would say Aiden would have been untrusting. No, not trusting him at all, because he knows from the court and many different societies, people who come in and present themselves, but have a bigger presentation than the people behind that. So he would want to have the look behind if possible.
Behind the scenes, you would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you want? So, do you want to do it from a psychological perspective, or do you want to do it from an occult, historical, religious perspective?
Let's say from an historic perspective. Maybe that brings a different perspective on this.
Go for it.
Yep.
What about the others? Holy shit. Bleeding me dry here. That was an extreme success. What about the others? Well, let me ask one thing before the others ask. Say something. Charlotte, what about you? How do you feel?
I don't think Charlotte would have been trying to get read him or anything. I think she's emotionally pretty rattled up, and if she's not just rolling her eyes at him and being again seconds away from just shouting at him, just trying to not make a scene that's worse than it is already.
Okay. Levi?
I think Levi is probably trying to pick things out. It's inconsistencies in just the logic of the way he approaches things. But generally Levi is thinking, this guy is useless to me. He's just going to basically waffle on about religion, and generally try and get, overly personal. So I don't know what I would be able to roll for something like that, because
well,
I mean,
what are you trying to
Levi's...
do? Do you try to kind of read him? Do you try to persuade him to give him more of your idea, lean in more into your ideas or things that you want to convey?
I'm sort of like I'm trying to sort of, I mean, I'm trying to pick up on things like he's constantly talking about renewal. Are there inconsistencies with just usual Christian? Is he emphasizing certain things like rebirth and renewal and things like that more so than
I see.
I don't know if it's
I
like
think,
Tenebris seems
yeah,
to sort of be weird.
give me a spot hidden here. Jordan, what about you?
Jordan also pretty much has his defenses up. He stands there arms crossed and kind of also isn't quite in investigation mode here. But since he feels like kind of under attack here, so to speak, by this priest, the question that he's trying to or the question on his mind is, what does this man want from us? Like, what does this priest, what is his goal here? What does he want from us right now?
Okay.
Why is he trying to what is this leading to if we let him waffle on?
Okay, that would be psychology, for sure. Holy shit, that's gonna be a rough one. Which we'll see. Charlotte, exactly what goes through your mind as you've heard the things he said and he walked off to you?
I think he said that I looked up to my father, and Charlotte doesn't really remember much of him. Now she's questioning at first she's like kind of just confused about how does he know that. Then she's kind of like, maybe he's right. Maybe I did look up to him. But then I would remember him, right? I wouldn't just, if he was so important to me, it wouldn't just like be a blank face in my memories. And then she's starting just to blame herself and get frustrated about whether or not she's lying to herself, or if this man is lying to herself. No, he has to be lying. Like, I know who I am, I know what I want, and I know my past. So this guy clearly is just talking bullshit right now and just trying to convince herself that this guy's just trying to push buttons and doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Let's see how a power with disadvantage works for you.
Oh,
It's
already a failure.
You hear these other your colleagues, you might call them that, questioning, looking at the father very carefully, very intriguingly, while your mind starts to drift, as you said, thinking about your past yourself. It's when you hear the door creaking open to the church. See a shadowy figure there. Charlie, hey, come on, get up. Yeah, you can do it. Charlie, come on, Charlie. Yeah, wonderful. You hear a mother's voice outside the church. Leave her. She's doing fine. Just don't stress her. Okay. Come. I need you for something. Okay. Just Charlie, just stay where you are. And you hear the voice trailing off. What do you do?
I think I would just like kind of like in trance slowly walk up to the entry of the church where the voices came from.
The closer you get to the door entrance, the more it becomes clear that there's this musk, the smell, the scent of your father, the scent of your mother even, mixed with it. You reach for the door handle and it becomes stronger. What do you do? Do you open the door?
Push.
You open the door and you look outside. You can see these two figures walking down away from the church. They seem to argue. It doesn't take you long to understand that one is your mother. She's wearing these wide and tall robes. The hood is down, but it's clearly kind of like a ritualistic robe, one would call it. She's arguing with your father. He's trying to kind of point out something. He's pointing back towards you. No, she has a right to know. Why wouldn't you tell her? Your mother kind of grabs your father at the collar, pulls him, shakes him. He raises his hand and he takes one look back at you. And it's the first time that you consciously see your father's face. And you see him kind of looking at you with this fright, terror, and desperation. And he's pulled away as he's mumbling, "I'm sorry, Charlie. I'm sorry." Your mother pulls him away, and you see the two of them walking to the tree on the other side. Suddenly there are more people around it. A noose is being tied over one of the branches. Your father seems to kind of look around. He's trying to argue. You see this from the entryway of the church. Your mother is clearly giving the tone here. The others walk around. He gives up. He puts his hands down, and he just kind of waves a kiss at you. He steps on
I start running.
He steps on a chair, on a little stool. And you see your mother kind of giving a sign. They pull the rope, and she kicks the chair. And that's where we're going to end it for tonight. Thank you very much for joining. I hope you had a great time, or an awful time. Whatever. We'll see you next time for the next part of Welcome to Little Creek. Thank you very much, and thank you for my players. We'll see you in 2 weeks this time. Goodbye.